Alright, I think the stream is live. Let me just pull it up to make sure it is broadcasting. Cool, looks like it is. Alright. Hello, everybody. This is ZZ1000ZZ. And today I'm going to be playing a different game than I usually play. I'll be playing Chrono Cross, a classic RPG from, what was it, the 1990s? I don't know if it was like 1999 or 2001, somewhere in that ballpark. PlayStation 1 era. The gimmick for today's challenge is we will be playing without using any elements, which are effectively the magic system of the game. Surge will be the name of our main character because that's the default. And here's an opening cinematic that I think looks pretty cool. I guess I can't talk over this because there's no real music or anything. That is Fort Dragonia. It will matter a lot later in the game. Here, we get to see our party for the first time. Zappa. This is an interesting thing. At the very start of the game, you get 3 characters. Zappa is one of several that you can get. Basically, you get a random party member from later in the game. What is it, Serge? You look troubled. Or yay? Whatever. This is it. There's no turning back now. Kid, I think is supposed to sound Australian. I'm not going to try doing accents. I can't. Alright. But yeah. Kid is a semi-mandatory character in the game in that you don't have to have her join the party, but she will show up throughout the game even if you don't recruit her. Zappa, I do not believe is mandatory at all, though you should pick him up because he's very useful. But as you might be able to guess from what I'm saying, this is sort of a tutorial in media res situation, where what we're seeing now is not the start of events. It's kind of a flash forward. Oh my god, it's been a while since I played this game. I forget where I need to go to unlock something. Is it over here? No. Okay, see, this is just a dead end. It's a cool little dungeon area, but it's not very interesting right now because we can't get any treasure, experience, or anything. Everything we do at this point in the game will be undone later. That said, we do get to play around with higher level characters than we'll have for quite a while. Plus, they even come with elements. Unfortunately, the requirement of this challenge is that I not use any. And I know this is a tutorial area, so it doesn't really matter, but I am going to try to stick to it even here. There is one point in the challenge where we will have to use magic, because there's a boss that can only be killed with red magic. But I don't even know if we'll be able to make it to that boss. What is... That's that giant gloop. I think its name is Royal Jelly. But yeah, whenever you win a battle, you have the potential to gain some stats. The leveling system in this game is pretty interesting. Okay, so this is another dead end. And I'll probably be talking about it a fair bit as we go, but for now it doesn't matter because, again, this is all going to get reset shortly. Yeah, That circle thing in the middle is kind of an elevator. Oh, that's right. This is where we need to go. But it's not activated yet. First, we have to come over here and hit this switch. You may see a balcony in the upper right. That balcony is a spot you can actually walk to. When we first got control of our party, we could have gone to the left and we would have gone to the balcony and been able to see the room. No real point, though. I think there's a bit of dialogue if you do it, but you can't actually do anything up there. Anyway, we hop on here, and I don't know what you would call it. I mean, I guess a teleporter, but it teleports you straight up. So to me, it's kind of an elevator. Oh, okay. Uh, I'll probably read some of the dialogue as we go, but not all of it. Right now, they're just reacting to the situation, so there's not a lot to say. But yeah, Surge is acting weird in this scene, and we don't know why. It'll be revisited later in the game. And this cutscene is a pretty important one, so I will talk over it once it starts. I've always loved that scene because it sets up a pretty big mystery of what's going on. Anyway, we're being woken up now. This is a callback to Chrono Trigger, the game this is a sequel to, where you wake, or the game starts with you being woken up. But in that game, there's no flash forward like what we got. But anyway, in that scene, we see Surge holding a knife that will. I don't know if we can tell so far. I guess you can tell by combat. But that was a dagger that belongs to Kid. So Surge holds a bloody dagger that belongs to Kid as Kid is on the ground, bleeding out, maybe dead. And he smiles. And we don't know how it happened. Anyway, this is our little bedroom. I like that you can open the shades, not that it really matters. Alright. I don't remember if the secret savings is a callback to the to Chrono Trigger or not. Anyway, money will be useful in this run, but a lot of things we find won't be. This is our mother, of course. Yeah, we're supposed to go meet Lena, our kind of girlfriend. One thing I really like is the way they handle accents in different characters talking. Like the kid says Sergi instead of Surge. Makes it seem kind of more childlike. Uh, sorry. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't think it matters what I say here. I don't remember what all the treasure and stuff you can get in this town are. I know there's one item I really want. It's a Hecarim bone. Hecarim was a type of enemy in the first game. It's like a monster, I guess. Hmm. That's kind of a doghouse. Hoshul is actually a character we want. Kitty. But yeah, we were attacked by a panther demon as a child, so we were afraid of cats. But yeah, I don't remember offhand where the Hecarim bone is. And I'm gonna try to play this without resorting to guides as much as possible. Yeah. He tells us that Komodo scale necklaces are popular with the ladies. And we'll have to get several for Lena. And we can actually give that kid one. Isn't my Celine cute? Daddy found her by Lizard Rock. A lot of baby Komodo dragons play out there. Huh. It's a secret. Lola said he wants to, or he was going to get me some Komodo dragon scales. Aww. But yeah, it's cute to see that you can have pet. I don't know if you'd call them monsters, but to me they seem like monsters. Though it does make me feel bad about killing so many of them as we play the game. Okay, yeah, this guy will matter more later on. He's telling us about his family. It's been almost 10 years since he became a fisherman. He still had other aspirations. But yeah. This is going to be a common theme as we go, that people think about how they could have lived a different life, and then we'll see some of what those other lives could have been. But because we talk to him, he gives us an amulet. Hey, it's a shark tooth. Don't know if there's any items down here. I don't think there are. There's a bunch of little items you can find throughout. I think I missed an item in there somewhere, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. One big thing is a lot of what we can find in places will be elements, and we can't use elements in this run, so they aren't very relevant. Mickey is a dancer for a band that we'll see later. No answer, it's just a barrel. I like that they put it in quotation marks. What do you want already? I said I'm just a barrel. Fine. I think stuff like that's cute, and we can maybe sell or trade the element later, so it's worth it. Insanity leads to chaos and to solitude, the fruitless effort of adding meaning to what is meaningless. A lone crimson tear falls to the sea. The echo of a remaining star cries out in the infinite vacuum. The least I can do is send my distant prayers over the wind of time, setting sail on dreams. Well? Aw, she's making fun of where she works. The bartender, or restaurant owner, I guess, not sure what, if this is a restaurant or bar, but he, you'll notice, speaks in a particular way. Oh, he's asking us if we've used save system yet. But yeah, the save game system of this use what's called the, what did they say? Something of memory? Record of memory? And you'll notice people like this guy say that they can not only record the past, but also tell about the future. Anyway, the cha will show up in a lot of dialogue for different characters, and it's a way of showing that they're all related. I believe that is Orca? Orcha? I don't know if you pronounce the H or not. I wouldn't, but... Aw, cute little guy. That is not a Komodo. What are they called? Forget the name of that type of enemy. We'll fight them later. Okay, there's the Hecarim bone. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I've missed a couple little items, but I got the one I care about. So now that we have it, let's go recruit our first party member. Want to see something? Shark Tooth? Yeah, we can't use that yet. There's a Komodo scale we can get from someone, but I don't know who. Anyway, I should mention there was a remaster of this game that came out, and you can play it on a bunch of different consoles or even the PC. I'm using the PlayStation version because the remaster has some performance issues that caused me trouble. Partially because it's not well optimized, but also I'm playing on a not so great machine. So. Ooh, is that a Hequan bone? Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce these accents. But yeah. Yay! We give a dog a bone and she joins us. Yay! She'll use her Pretty Miracle Power X. Yay! But anyway, in addition to being poorly optimized, they changed the script to the game in a lot of little ways that I find very frustrating. I mentioned like the kid called us Sergi instead of Surge. That's a common thing kids in this game do, and it's kind of a way the game shows you these are childlike people. In the remaster, they got rid of that, and all the kids just say Surge. It's like, yeah, it's not a big change, but there's lots of little changes like that. The ecstasy and anxiety of the chosen one. A mega babe is in love with me. Whee! Alright. But anyway, there's a lot of little changes like that, and I think it just changes the tone of the game a lot. Anyway, we found a cure element there. That is a save point. Now, what we're supposed to do is go talk to Lena, and she'll give us the quest that I'm about to go do. But we don't actually have to talk to her. So, well, we don't have to yet. We'll have to later on. There was a Komodo scale that we could have gotten somewhere in town that I didn't get. I honestly forget where you grab it. But, it's not useful for our quest. I think we give it to the one kid who has a crush on the girl. And he gives us something in exchange. I think he just gives us like an element or something. So not anything we care about. Now, we have to decide who to kill first. I'll go with the beach one. Oh. Okay. Now, I would normally assume anyone watching this has probably played the game, but in case people haven't, maybe I should explain a little bit about the mechanics. Especially since they will matter a lot throughout this run. Whenever we take an action in this game, a unit of time will pass for each point of stamina we use. There's a bit of an exception that magic doesn't follow that formula. Magic costs 7 points of stamina and only 1 unit of time passes. But since we can't use magic, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, with each unit of time that passes, characters will regenerate usually 1 stamina, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, depending on their stats. Oh, shoot. Okay, technically I cheated there. I'm not going to reload because of it. Oh, I forgot the game automatically starts you with some elements equipped. So you can see I had the secure element, and I mashed through the menu at the end of that battle. And by doing so, I told the game to automatically heal me with any elements I could use. So, that's... Technically, I should reload here, And I am going to increase our reload counter by 1 to indicate that. But I'm not going to go through the hassle of restarting the game because I haven't actually saved yet. And that would just kill a lot of time. So yeah, technically Surge should have 5 less health than he does right now. Oh no, can't catch it. Can I get this item without fighting that beach bum? I think it might be possible, but oh well. Anyway, the mission that we would have had we talked to Alina is she would have told us to go get 3 Komodo scales for her, which means we have to go kill 3 Komodos. Not very difficult in terms of battle, but we have to be able to catch them to start the battle. Will he die in 1 hit? Okay, you can see there, Surge used 1 stamina to attack. Poshul only regenerated 0.9 stamina. So instead of 10, she got 9. Which means 1 point of stamina used by Surge isn't enough for Poshul to be able to get enough stamina to actually do anything. So that's something we'll have to play around as we go. Anyway, the trick, as I was saying about the Komodos, is you have to catch them. It's not that the battles are hard. Ah! This thing doesn't want to go. We're trying to push the rock into the water so it hits that chest. Okay. There it goes. And then the chest will float up. But anyway, each of the 3 Komodo battles in this little dungeon area has a different gimmick for how you catch the Komodo. The first one is the one I hate the most. Well, not the first one we're going to do, that is. Anyway, that's the Silver Loop. I don't know how you actually pronounce that. It's L-O-U-P-E, which is kind of weird. Yeah. Can we avoid fighting him? I think so. I'm not going to try to avoid all battles. In fact, I'll go out of my way to fight some. But this game doesn't have a normal experience system, so there's very little value in fighting every battle that you come across. Oh. Wow, missed the 99% chance, but not any of the others. Unfortunate. Okay. But yeah, that silver loop that we found increases our not our stamina, our accuracy. So we'll be a little bit better at hitting enemies now that we have it. Okie dokie. We're gaining a decent bit of health. We didn't have to recruit Poshul yet. We could have waited to recruit her until later. If you go through this area with only 1 party member, just Surge, enemies actually have half as much health to compensate. So it's actually faster to go through this area with just Surge and no Poshul. And it's not really much harder. But I want to get battles in with Poshul so she gets stats. As you can see, she's already gained, was it 2 health, I think? I don't remember exactly what she started with. Yeah, Surge has gained 6 health so far, maximum of course. Anyway, should probably talk more about the combat system. You can see that there's 3 different attacks we can use. 1, 2, and 3, that's how much stamina they use. The percent is basically lower for the stronger attacks. And then as you hit with attacks, it makes your follow-up attacks more likely to hit. So the idea is you can start with a weak attack to make your attacks more likely, or you can gamble on the stronger attacks, and more risk, more reward. We'll be messing with it a lot throughout battle, so I'll talk about it more as we go. Right now, I'm just trying to get into the groove of things and not overwhelm the video with tons of uh, discussions of details that probably aren't important. But anyway, we collected one Komodo scale. It's been a while since I played this game, and when the last few times I did try playing it, I was focusing on like speed running, which you won't be able to tell by how bad I am at the game. But I was never very good at speed running. I just like trying it for fun. But anyway, as a result of that, I've skipped a lot of content in the game, so... Actually, wait, no, the last time I played this game, I was doing this same run. I got not halfway through the game, but I made some decent progress. But anyway, my point is, I've spent a lot of time playing this game, skipping a lot of stuff because it didn't seem important, at least for what I was doing. So playing kind of more casual, laid back, it's gonna take some getting used to. Now there, I forget what people call it, and I guess it didn't actually matter. But you might notice a lot of times I'll queue up two attacks back to back, and the bar on the left side of the screen will look different than if I take my time between them. The reason for that is whenever you make an attack, there's a short window where you can queue up another attack, and if you do it fast enough, enemies can't act between those two attacks. So it's a way of getting a bit more action in before the enemy gets their next turn. There's a lot of little tricks like that, and we'll have to use some of them in this playthrough, but not all of them. Alright. That's, the bone we got there is just a resource for crafting things. I don't remember if we need the bone for anything. I think we are about at the point we can start running from battles. The game's kind of experience system, it's not really experience, but its version of experience is effectively whenever you level up, your stats will have a chance to increase based on whatever. We'll talk about how the formulas work later. But before your level up, and I'm sorry, you only level up from boss battles. So between boss battles, you can fight random enemies like these guys. And after a certain number of battles, you will have gotten all the stat gains your characters can get from those battles. And at that point, there's nothing more to get from the battles other than loot. So money, items, that sort of stuff. You can't get stats. Like here we didn't get any stats. I don't think we're going to get any more stats from any further battles until we kill a boss. It's an interesting system. Some people really dislike it. Personally, I like that the game encourages you not to bother grinding. Or at least not just for stats. Grinding for equipment, elements, and such can still be really good. Wait, wasn't there... Yeah, how do I get the item down there? I honestly don't remember. Huh. Oh wait, I think there was a ladder somewhere for that, wasn't there? Yeah, right here. Okay. Anyway, we did find a helmet that we gave to Surge. I mean, I'll fight this battle just because it's not much faster to run away. And I want to be safe in case there are still more stat gains I can get. Oh, wasn't enough to kill him. Now there, if I had done a once free 3 and all my attacks had hit, I think I would have actually killed the enemy. Because the amount of damage you deal is actually higher if you use the, It's higher per point of stamina if you hit with the higher tier attacks. Like 3 weak attacks will. There's some rare exceptions, but generally 3 weak attacks will deal less damage than one. I think people call it fierce attack. I think that comes from like fighting games where it's like normal, strong, and fierce or something. I don't know. I mostly just call them 1-2s and 3s. But yeah, 3 1 stamina attacks is less damage than 1 3 stamina attack. The difference is you are more likely to hit those 3 attacks. But yeah, here we can see that I stopped gaining stats from battles, so now there's the only way for us to gain stats will be to kill a boss. Getting all those mini stat bonuses is not necessary, and usually I wouldn't bother doing it in playthroughs. But it can be mildly helpful. There's a lot to say about the stacking formula, but basically, as you level up, there's expected stats for each level you reach. The further away from that, the expected value you are, the more likely you are to gain or not gain stats. Basically, reverting to the mean. We're coming back here to heal because we can't use elements to do so. And our next battle is going to be a boss battle. I'm pretty sure we would have won it even without healing, but best to be safe. And I should go ahead and save when I leave town, just in case. It'd be really embarrassing if I did all this and had to restart. Wait. By the way, I am using a keyboard, not a controller, so my ability to control things... Wait, did I save already? I didn't think I had. But anyway, the fact I'm using a keyboard instead of a controller is why you may see me hit the wrong button sometimes, like there I paused. It's also why my movement won't be quite as fluid as it should be. The game's a lot easier to play. Well, the movement is a lot easier to be precise with using a controller, but most of the stuff, like menuing and whatnot, is no different on a keyboard than a controller. Okay, what? Why can't I not move this boulder? That's not the way I wanted to move it, though. Why did the game let me do that? The idea is to move the boulder in front of that tunnel. Let me leave and rejoin. I don't think I ever knew you could move the boulder to the left, which is the wrong direction. That's new. Anyway, yeah. As you can see, the Komodo we have to fight runs through the tunnel whenever it sees us, so we use the rock to block its path, then it can't escape. Now, we've already fought 2 Komodos to get their scales. This is the 3rd one, and it will actually be a boss battle. Yeah. Unfortunate miss. Alright, well, yeah, with 1 down, it might be worth taking a moment to think about how I want to do this. Okay. The trick to this battle is the boss will appear as soon as we kill this enemy. So, it might be worth trying to... Well, I was going to say refill our stamina, but we kind of are even without meaning to. What we can do is defend with both characters. That'll automatically advance time till the point the enemy gets their next action. And because that much time passed, we had a bunch of time to regenerate stamina. Now here is the Mama Komodo. One of the NPCs in town mentioned this thing. I do not remember how much health this thing has. Oh, that shows the dangers of going for the big attacks. Sometimes you try 2 3s and they both miss, and so you waste 6 stamina. Ah, I messed that up. I was trying to queue up 2 3s so I would get both off before she took her action, and I messed up the timing on it. Of course, this is the first boss of the game. It's not going to be very difficult. Poshul there was only able to use 6 stamina because she only regenerates 9 a round. Alright. Yeah, the damage is definitely relevant, but what's not important there is it was a blue element. The color of elements will matter a lot later in this run. But for now, you can see the field in the upper left corner. There's 3 slots. One's green, one's yellow, one's blue. Before the boss used that element, it was 1 blue, 1 green, 1 yellow, so the numbers haven't changed. And all you really need to know at this point is the more of one color in the field, the stronger anything of that color is. The more of the opposite of a color, so the more red, the weaker blue becomes. Well, that's a little unfortunate. We didn't get any strength, but we got magic, which is going to be useless. Resistance and magic resistance are alright, though. Poshul gains some strength, so that's fine. But yeah, later in the run it'll matter a lot, because we won't be able to use elements of our own to change the field, whereas enemies will. So, one of the big disadvantages we have is that the bosses are going to have much better field effects than we will. But as we saw there, for now it's not going to matter. And here we'll go find Lena. Wait, will we? Oh no, we actually do have to go back to town. Yeah, it's funny, you can collect all the scales and even defeat the boss before you talk to Lena and she tells you to go do this. But you still have to go back and talk to her. But real quick, let's see what they have in the store. I don't think there's anything we want, but... Yeah, we can forge weapons, but... We already have the Bone Glove for Poshul, and the Ivory Dagger is for a character we don't have yet. Both of our characters already have Ivory Mails, so there's no value in forging those. Now, this is something that would be useful, mildly, if we had a screw. We could make an Ivory Helmet, which would increase Poshul's defense by 1. We did already find one in a chest, though, and we'll get more helmets later, so not a big deal. Yay! And Lena is mad at us. Some people dislike Lena because of her attitude, but she's unhappy because we're late. And since we're late, she got stuck babysitting, so that's why she has an attitude. I don't think it means she's has an attitude like that in general. I think it's just she got stuck doing something she didn't want to do. And it's our fault. But anyway, I really like this area. It's just very relaxing and peaceful. Which is an interesting bit of environment. Or, what would you call it? I don't know. Not world building, environment setting. Like, it sets a tone, basically. It's very relaxed, which is cool. After the introduction, where, we apparently murdered a friend. But yeah, she's mad at us because she got stuck babysitting, and we'll say, sure, we'll go get the Komodo skills for her. I just think it's funny that we already got all three and she doesn't even know or care. And there were a couple NPCs we could have talked to there, and I cannot remember where the Komodo skill we give to that kid is, but I'm not going to spend more time exploring the town. I know there's at least two elements that we didn't get in town. Plus, we could go up here to go get some more items. I think they're all elements as well, though. And we're just never going to be using elements, so no real value in grabbing them. Hey! Lena catches up to us. I like that the game dialogue acknowledges that Poshel is here. Ooh, are you two on a date? Sorry, me think me should leave. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to do accents. Oh, please, don't be silly. Hmm? Aw. But yeah, you don't have to recruit Poshel, and if you don't, you'll automatically get her in a little bit. Oh, they're beautiful. He'll be able to make a great necklace. Hmm. I think Poshel is adorable. Some people don't like her. I think she sucks for like combat, but sure, it's been a long time since we last came here. We used to come all the time. Oh, it's a sweet bit of music. The sea never changes, does it? It's been rolling in and out like this since long before we were born. It's been here for eternity, it seems. It's probably seen many things, heard many things. It'll probably keep rolling in and out, long after our lifetime, without a single change. By the way, I noticed my nose, or I'm probably sounding very nasally. Sorry about that. My allergies are acting up really bad. Anyway, hey Serge, remember we used to sit and talk like this when we were kids? With the gentle sea breeze and the tranquil sound of the waves, just the two of us talking. Now, we could be a jerk and say we don't remember, but I'm not going to be mean. I remember. Really, D? So, Serge, you haven't forgotten about the promise we made that day. That makes me happy. Yay. But aren't memories strange just when you think that you've forgotten something? It comes floating back with your heart. I guess it's just lying there and waiting for that right moment. Why, we might even remember this very moment someday, 10, 20 years, when we're all grown up and married and have kids of our own. Then one day, when that time comes, I wonder what kind of adults we'll be. What kind of life will I be leading? I wonder what to make of this day. Again, we could be a jerk, but let's not. Yeah, I hope you're right. Serge, there's been something I've been wanting to. And now something weird happens. A little sound surge. We could see Surge heard something. Very faint. What's wrong, Surge? By the way, what dialogue options you say to Lena there affects whether she gets her final technique later in the game. But we can never use it because it's classified as magic. Well, as an element. So it doesn't matter what we say. I'm still not going to be a jerk, though. See, memory of him as a kid. What looks like the eye of a panther. And then a wave. Yeah, once you played the game a few times and know the story, it's easy to forget what it was like going through this game and having no idea what's happening with this sort of thing. What are you doing there, boy? It's dangerous to sleep out here. What? You alright, boy? What on earth are you doing lying down anyway? For a second there, I thought you might have been a dead body washed ashore. Wonder how often that happens. I mean, it is a fishing area, so there's probably lots of people on boats, so probably. Huh? Where's Lena? You were the only one I saw when I got here. Are you a friend of Lena's? I believe she's in the village, babysitting. Well, I'd best be on my way. Anyway, if you're looking for Lena, you should stop by the village. No, you shouldn't be playing out here, boy. Wouldn't want anything to happen to you now. I was not reading that with the commas that were there. I should have been pausing at a lot of points. Surgy poo, you're finally up. Something went woof and me was out cold. I keep reading what she says, and my mind automatically tries to pronounce things as they're spelled, but no thing. Like I have no idea how you would pronounce that as an accent. Thign. Do you think Lena's spontaneous, spontaneously combusted? Me wonder if she's okay. It's good. You know, I've always enjoyed the accents in this game, but if I keep reading them, I might come to hate them just because I can't do accents and I feel stupid every time I speak. Anyway, you may notice that there are different enemies now. That's our first hint. Something has changed. A feather shows that we can get different items now. Oh, there's no chest up here like there was last time. Sad. Now, I expect to be fighting these fish things a lot. Just because they're a convenient spot to grind for our stat boosts as we go. But it is cool, you can actually avoid them completely if you want, and you can do the pathing right. Now, if Surge had gotten a point of strength when he leveled up, that fish would have died. I really hope he gets strength increases in the next boss battle, because otherwise things could get really rough. Normally, if you get magic boosts instead of strength, it's not a big deal, because you can then just use elements more. But that's obviously not going to be an option for us. Wow. Hoshul, you suck. Okay. I've been playing a different game where they displayed accuracy lies. They do what's called a 2RNG or 2NG. I forget what people use or say for the term. But if you ever play like Fire Emblem games, it'll show your character accuracy is one thing, but then roll the dice for that accuracy check twice and average it, which means your actual chance to hit is typically much higher than the game says. So now when I'm playing a game that tells you the truth about accuracy, it feels weird. It's like, how did I miss two 75% chances in a row? It's like, well, that's actually pretty likely. It's a 1 in 16. But in other games I play, it's, it would be more like a 1 in 50 or some such. I actually did not see which fish used that fireball, so I might have attacked the wrong one there. Alright. There you may have noticed a little special animation and big burst of damage. That was a critical hit. Of note, in this game, you normally can only crit on the strongest attacks, on the threes. And a big reason why you might try to focus on using as many threes as possible, even though they're less accurate, is to get those critical hits. There are ways to get critical hits on 1 and 2 attacks, but those require you have an auto crit effect. Ooh, resistance, and magic resistance. Now this is a big thing. Whatever stats you get in these mini level ups tell you what stats you'll get from the next boss. So Surge getting a point of resistance there means he is guaranteed to get a point of resistance in the next boss battle. Poshul getting resistance and magic resistance means she'll get both of those in the next boss battle. You can also tell how much HP you'll get from the boss battle by how much HP you get leading up to it. Though that's a lot harder to do because it involves like ratios and math. And the easiest thing is to just look at, oh, did that Komodo drop down? That was cool. I think it did. It dropped down like we dropped down on the Komodo when we're getting the scales. That was a cool little thing. Anyway, I am going to fight another battle here. Usually, if you do want to get these mini level ups, the goal is to get or fight enough battles to get the stat boost like we got there. That can only happen once. For any stat other than HP, you can only get it one time between boss battles. I think you can still get health though, so this battle we might get some bonus HP. So, maybe worth fighting for that reason. Yeah, okay. But yeah, once you see the big stat bonuses, like you get strength or resistance or anything like that, then you know you've gotten pretty much all the value you'll get until the next boss battle, so if you want to leave and stop fighting, it's totally reasonable. You know what? I'm pretty sure we'd win that battle without much trouble, but the fireball attack they do deals pretty decent damage, and our health is fairly low. We're in the, what, 20s? Yeah, Surge could get killed by an element there, so let's heal up before we fight any more battles. Well, now you're an Arnie. What brings you here to this quiet seaside village? So he's nice and friendly, but he doesn't seem to recognize us. Looks like it's going to be another scorcher today. It hasn't rained in quite a while. I don't know how much longer us old-timers can stand this heat. Before, it was not super hot like that, and it had rained recently. So this is where we're starting to see something's going on. By the way, I wonder if those knights are still digging that hole. I don't know what those Terminate knights are up to. I hear they're digging up fossil value. I'm sure General Viper has a good reason, but why would they want to dig up a place like that? That'll matter more later on. Have you heard anything about the El Nido Triangle down south? Everyone says it's really creepy over there. Some say you can hear strange voices. Some even claim to have seen a huge glowing egg down below. And you'll notice there's no big shark here like there was in the other world. I just haven't been able to hit a big one lately, you know? I'm not really concerned about the money or profit. I just have this urge for a challenge. Come on, baby, I know you're out there. I need some excitement. Now, I am spoiling things a little by saying the other world. It's, at this point in the game, we don't really know what's happened, but later we'll find out we're in another timeline, another dimension, something like that. Now, these are elements we could buy, but we also have elements that we own that we could sell. And this is the main reason we might still want to pick up elements is we can sell them, or later on we can trade them for crafting material. So even though we can't use these for the challenge run, we will still probably want to get a fair amount of them. I don't know if there's any equipment we can get right now. Okay, the spatula is a different weapon than Postal uses. In the other world, we could get, what was it? Bone glove? Ivory glove? Otherwise, all of our options are the same. Now here, well, let's talk to the kid. Hey, stranger, do you know what's popular with the... Oh, and now it's a rainbow shell, not a Komodo scale necklace that people like. Una, oh, hi. Are you new here? Oh, yeah, we're supposed to talk to Una in the other world, I think. Lena, I think she's on the pier babysitting. You should be on the pier. Are you a... Oh, she should be on the pier. Are you a friend of Lena's? Ah, I can't move. Get out of my way. Okay, there we go. And before, when we came here, there was a guy fawning over Mickey, the dancer. Now, there's a lady fawning over Nikki, the singer. Whoa, stranger, don't tell Gramps about this. Have you heard anything about them group of thieves up on the mainland? Thieves? Let's say no, I haven't. You haven't heard, eh? Where are you from, stranger? It's pretty big news, even down here in El Nido. Those mysterious thieves have broken into a bunch of houses up on the mainland. They're cold-blooded bastards. They'll go to any extreme to get money or jewels. Even the powerful nation of Poor can't seem to get a hold of them. They think they call themselves the Radical Dreamers. Wouldn't want to run into those bandits. And then there's a Viper Festival. I'm not gonna read everything. Hi there, haven't seen you around before. Are you from Terminus? So how's it going over there? I bet everyone's really excited about the Viper Festival. What? My poems? What are you talking about? I gave up on those ages ago. It was just a stupid dream I was obsessed with. I never did have any talent. But how would you know that? Nobody knows about my poetry. Aww. It's sad. And this will be relevant later. No answer, it's just a pot. It throws me off that you can have two different dialogue boxes at the same time. Doesn't happen a lot, but some dialogue doesn't stop you from moving around and talking. Hey, in Iceland. What happened to the cook? Oh, her husband. He went on a journey to brush up on his cooking. She has no idea where he could be. Slight spoiler, that will be relevant later. We will actually meet him again. Hey. Wait, why can't I go... Okay, am I crazy? I should be able to... Maybe it's because I'm using a keyboard instead of a controller, but sheesh, sometimes I'm struggling way more than I would expect. I might have to go get a controller out of my closet and see if I can hook it up at some point, but for now, whatever. Okay, but seriously, there is an item here, isn't there? Like, I'm not crazy. Or maybe I am. Okay. Maybe there is nothing in that room. But anyway, the big change that I like is going to be in here. I can't comprehend my son anymore. He hasn't worked in years. There was a time when he had his heart set on becoming a man of the sea, just like his old man. But look at him now, praying to that silly-looking doll all day and... silly-looking doll day and night. What has gotten into him? 10 years ago, my husband's friend lost a son. The boy drowned at sea at the tender age of 7. And soon after, the boy's parents passed away too. Such a sad turn of events. That's when my husband changed. Never did I imagine he would end up like this. His way of life has changed completely. Aw. Poor kids. And now we get to see my favorite character, Mojo. Oh, hello there, I just finished praying. Here, take a look. It's called Mojo. It's a good luck charm from the Far East. Can you feel the love and affection oozing from it? It's just such an amazing messenger of love and... was that compassion? Now, obviously, this guy is very different from the last time we saw him. Come, my brother, let us pray together and bring peace of mind. It's creepy, but no answer. It seems to just be it'll matter more later on. We can show him the shark tooth necklace that we got in the other world. This is a tooth from a ferocious lion shark, and look at the size of this thing. Judging from the size, this baby must have been a good 15 feet. Don't tell me you're the one who caught it. Nope. So shook his head. What did you say? Another me? So the other me who became a fisherman asked you to give me this? Now this is a perfectly reasonable reaction. I'm glad we see characters, even if it's not our party, react like this. What are you talking about? That's enough. There's only one me. How could there be another me out there? It is a pretty crazy situation. Sure, there was a point in my life when I thought about becoming a fisherman. That was a good 10 years ago. But I couldn't do it. Gave up that path right then and there. I gave up. I don't care what you say. This is a path I chose and I don't regret it. We'll be coming back here later. We didn't really need to do that scene now. We could have waited until later when we come back, but... Then here's Poshal's home. Oh, a photon ray. Oh, that's... yeah, we missed an item in when we came here in the other world. I didn't check that little pot thing. This is my house. Keep out and beware of mad hecklers. Me have embarked on a wrong... I can't do it. Please don't come looking for me. That reminds me, the boy who lived next door was terrified of cats, but that was more than 10 years ago. The boy was attacked by a panther demon when he was very young. This left an emotional scar. Poor boy. No one ever imagined a tragedy would take place several years later. Greetings, Sonny. You're a new face in this village, a friend of Lena, perhaps? You'll find Lena out there on the pier babysitting. So yeah, we can put the pieces together. We knew from the other world that Surge was attacked by a panther demon as a child, and it traumatized him. Here, we see people say that a boy, who we now know is Surge, died, but it wasn't from the panther demon. He survived the attack and then died a few years later. Now we can talk to Lena and try to figure out what's going on. Lena, so this is where you were. How could you just leave us and go back on your own? Go back on my own? What are you talking about, Poshal? And who are you? Have we met somewhere before? Are you from Termina? Oh. Uh-oh, we're confused. Don't be trying to make any moves on Lena. Aw, but we should try to make moves on her. We could actually kiss her later on. I guess kids will be kids. Don't worry about them. You look a lot like the boy who used to live next door to me. What was his name? Why do you want to know his name? Aww. That boy died. He drowned when he was very young. This all happened 10 years ago. Soon after, his mother passed away too. I was still very young back then, so I don't remember too well. But my mom says his name was... Surge. I'm Surge. Your search? Oh, stop that. That's not even funny. That boy is dead. Don't you understand? That boy, I guess I kinda liked him. If that boy were still alive today, I wonder what would have become of us. Sure is weird. Why am I opening up to you like this? Well, I guess there's no use thinking about the past. It's not like Surge is going to come back. Mom always tells me I shouldn't dwell on a lost loved one. You can find his grave up on Cape Howe. Actually, why don't you go visit the gravesite? No one's been up there in a while. Well, I still have some chores to finish. Sorry I blew up at you like that. Goodbye, stranger. Aww. It's actually kind of fun for me to read some of this dialogue. I usually skim through it because I've played this game so many times in my life. And I actually kind of forget how much I like it. Sometimes. Oh, shoot. This. Aw. Mama Sergi Poo? Did you redecorate? It looketh a real. I need to stop doing that. I'm gonna take Poshel out of my party just so I stop trying to read her accent. Aw. Look at the little guy. Now here is something that is really weird. Poshu? I can't do it. Looks like the room was redecorated. Kinda looked like a junk room, and it's so dirty in here. What are you doing here, man? This is my island. Well, I'll let you rest here for a little while, man. So, wanna rest? Yes, please. But yeah, it's weird. That Komodo talks to us. And I can't think of another time off the top of my head where we run into creatures, monsters, whatever you want to call them, living around other people like it's completely normal and talking. We will meet demi-humans, which are basically, they're kind of monsters in the sense of, like, you can see things like mermaids, but we don't normally fight them like we do Komodos, so I don't know. Huh? What are you doing in my house? My house isn't a playground for you kids, alright? Go play outside. Who are you, mister? Huh? Who? March? Who the heck's that? I've lived in this house for 5 years now. Sorry, that name doesn't ring a bell. For 5 years? Is that true, mister? This is really, really weird. Whatever with all your gibberish, man. Just get out of here. But yeah, you don't get Poshel's reaction lines if you didn't recruit her. Or wait, when does she join the party? If you don't recruit her when I did, you still get her, but I don't remember exactly what point you do. So maybe you would get her reaction lines by now. Anyway, I think it's nice having her with us, so we get the reaction of how weird things are, which we wouldn't get if Surge was alone, since Surge is a silent character. Anyway, now we're gonna go visit the gravestone of the boy who died. Those little water jets can actually hurt us if we are too close to them when they go off. I don't think we need any more battles for stat gains. We did already get the big stat gain, but I'm gonna take one more battle just to see if we get any more health. Makes me so sad that I haven't gotten a point of strength yet. I'm so used to enemies like these beach bums dying in one round there. It's not a big deal, but if we don't get strength ups pretty soon, it could become a problem. And I wouldn't be surprised if there are some boss battles later in the run where we need a certain amount of strength just to have a chance. Okay, yeah, we didn't get anything. Well, we got loot and money, but no stats, so we don't need to worry about fighting more. Crafting material. We will be wanting some crafting material later on, but we might just trade from it. I don't know if I'll need to farm any. I probably will for like stone weapons. Aw, look at Poshul. Poshul's a good friend, gives us space to be alone with our thoughts as we process this. I know it's actually more because probably for like animation, so they didn't have to have her on screen as this happened. There's some writing on the tombstone. R.I.P. Our beloved Search died age 7. Nobody can take anything away from him, nor can anyone give anything to him. What came from the sea has returned to the sea. I don't know if that's sweet or just depressing. So you must be Search, the ghost of the boy who died 10 years ago. It's horrible. I completely forgot that Poshwell gets kicked off that ledge. It's horrible, but also hilarious. Sorry, Junior, but we have no business with your friends. We're just after you. Be a good boy and come with us. But, Sir Karsh, do you think it is truly true that this chap is a ghost? He seems like a perfectly perfect young boy to me. Perfectly perfect, huh? That doesn't matter. We found the boy here just as he said we would, didn't we? Now, seize him. Hold your seahorses. And here's my second favorite character. And I'll admit, as a kid, I had a crush on her. Oh, hey, we got a bot in chat. Looks like it already left though, so I'm not gonna ban it. Who the? Yeah, if it posts that, or if we get more messages from bots, I'll ban them. But if it's a one-time thing, kind of not worth it. Out of the way, Missy. You don't want to get hurt now, do you? Shut your trap. You're the ones who better get out of the. When I read them, I have no problem understanding what the game's going for, but when I try to say them out loud, I cannot do these accents. Anyway, you have a problem? You have a shake idea who you're dealing with, Missy? I could never do voice work. That's enough. I never realized the game calls Salt or Pepper Dragoon at this point because we don't know their names. That's interesting. Like, I don't know why we know Karsh's name but not theirs. Listen up, Junior. Our orders are to take you in. We don't want to hurt you, just come with us. Or else, this axe of mine will have to do the talk. For crying out loud, would you just shut up and get on with it? I'm gonna kick your sorry arses so hard you'll kiss the moons. I like that it said moons, plural. That is actually a thing that is true in this game. The game world does have 2 moons. I don't think I ever noticed that she does pluralize it here, so that's probably the first indication we get that there are 2 moons, and it won't come up again for quite a while. Oh man, Surge is doing so little damage compared to what I'm used to. Oh well. Sir, his innate element color attribute is white. Right, that does it. Wait, attack him with the opposite element attribute color, black. How unfortunately unfortunate. I do not seem to have any, sir. You nincompoop. You should always carry elements of every color. Then how about you there? I'm shaking in my shoes to tell you this, sir, but I don't have any either. So yeah, it calls him Pepper here. I don't know. That's so weird. I never noticed that before, but for like one line of dialogue, it called, I think it was Salt, a dragoon instead of the name. And I think that's the only time it ever does that. Anyway. Now, Kid here, well, it says girl, but we know her name, or at least I do from previous playthroughs, actually gains more stamina than Surge, whereas Posh will only gain 9 or 9/10, I guess. Kid actually gets, I believe, 1.2 stamina per unit of time. That may be something that's relevant later. Anyway, Karsh is the strongest of the bunch, so we are focusing him for now. Unfortunate misses. Fortunate miss. Oh, everyone missed there. I have not been tracking how much damage I've been doing. In some of the later battles, I will be paying a lot more attention to how much damage I do and how much health the enemies have. Because in some of the battles, it will matter a lot. But right now, there's not a lot of strategy we can use. Dang. I don't remember them missing this much, but maybe they usually do? Or I might just be getting pretty lucky. Alright. With one down, this fight should be a lot easier. Not that it's very difficult so far, with how much they've been missing. Kid's barely taken any damage. Surge has lost a lot of life, though, and that's a little worrying. If a character is dead at the end of a battle, they cannot gain stat boosts. And that really sucks, because normally, if a character is not in a party at the end of a boss battle, boss only, not regular enemies, but at the end of a boss battle, everyone gets the stat boost, unless they are in the battle and they are dead. That's the only way it cannot happen. Well, I guess technically, like, if they're frozen or something like that, something that is effectively dead, same thing, but... By the way, I don't remember. Does frozen stop you from getting stats? Yeah, I honestly don't know offhand. I'll have to test it sometime. Anyway, as you can see, the boss battle is pretty easy. No, not very interesting because all we could do was attack. Technically, we could have also defended if we wanted to try to tank damage better, but... the main thing is, we can see Surge gained 1 point of resistance from the level up, which is exactly what we expected, because we got 1 point of resistance from the mini level up earlier. Here, we did get a Power Glove, which is cool. That's an accessory which will increase our damage. It might help a little with our poor strength gains so far. Alright, and now they run away. Damn cowards. As for you, Missy, we won't forget this. Ooh, I'm so scared. I'll be happy to take you on anytime. Think I'll lose to scum like you? Ha! You alright, mate? Surge. Your name's Surge, ain't it? Oh, me? My name's... And I'll stick to default names. I usually don't rename characters. Plus, I think Kid is just a fitting name for her. Call me Kid. Nice to meet ya. I just couldn't stand by and watch those blokes gang up on you like that. They just pissed the bloody hell out of me. I wish I could have beat them up some more. But why was that mob after you? What do you mean you've never even met him before, eh? Ah, forget it. And this here shows well, proves that Surge isn't a silent character in world, it's just we as the player don't see what he says. Hey Surge, how about you and me team up for a while? That Kershville ain't gonna just leave you alone, that's for sure. And to tell you the truth, I'm new to these islands. I'm pretty lonely traveling around here on my own. So, how about it, Surge? Perhaps it is fate that we would meet up like this. And I hate doing it, but I'm going to say no. Hang on. Are you telling me you're going to refuse the company of a lonely, vulnerable, sweet little girl? Somehow I don't think she's vulnerable or sweet, but. And again, we'll say no. You sure there, mate? You might live to regret it, you know. No thanks. So you have to say no 3 times to make her not join. Jeez, well, have it your way, mate. She's a major character in the game, but you do not actually need to recruit her at any point in the game, which is an interesting little quirk. And I believe if you didn't recruit Poshul back when I did, you would get her right here. Well, right after this little dialogue. I'll be heading up north to a town called Termina. It'll be getting dark pretty soon. I suggest you go find a place to shack up for the night. Don't want us to become Heckram bait now. Well, see ya! Now, the whole reason we said no to her when normally I would always recruit a character is because we get a different character instead. It was terrible. They should be kind to animals. Yeah, I believe if you get to this point and didn't recruit Poshul yet, she will automatically join. But because we said no to Kid joining us, we get this little bit. Rise and shine, everyone. A new day. I'm glad I found you here, though. Surge, right? Kinda feels odd calling you that. You know, I've been thinking. Maybe you had some kind of accident and hit your head. That's why your memory's messed up. You're really someone else, but you think you're the Surge who died 10 years ago. I want to help you. I can't just leave you alone like this, and you don't seem like such a bad person either. Planning on going to Turpina, right? Then let me join you. I have some errands to run over there anyway. And to tell you the truth, it feels like I've always known you. Sounds strange, doesn't it? Well, that's it. Shall we get going? But yeah, Lena joins us. If we had recruited Kid, we would not get Lena here. That's the whole reason to say no. And we can still recruit Kid later on. Okay, let's head to Termina. Full speed ahead. Yay! Now let's go ahead and equip our Power Glove on Surge. And we have a third ivory helmet, so we can give that to Lena. Anyway, we can see our stats. Currently, Poshul has 11 strength, so she'll hit the hardest, but she's also our slowest character. She does also have the most resistance, which is defense against physical attacks. Surge and Lena have better magic resistance, but ooh, Lena's strength is 6. That is horrible. Alright. Now that we have some more characters and we just beat a boss battle, we do want to fight some random enemies to get, hopefully, some stat gains. Normally what I would do is go back to Cape Howell and fight enemies we've already fought, but we just opened up a new area and we can fight some enemies here instead. This is Fossil Valley. Our excavation is nearly complete. Just stick to the low path and make your way through it. We still have some of our men working on the high ground, so do not interfere with their work. Alright. If we had tried to come here earlier, we would not have been allowed to go through. Now these are the same type of creatures we saw in town. The little dog-looking things. Bubba Dingoes, that's what they're called. And a mama. Ooh. Bad miss. Wait, are these red and... Yeah, they are, I think. So even though Lena has lower strength than anyone else, she is a blue innate, which means she gets bonus damage against red enemies. So her damage is actually respectable. And I think the mother should be dead. Yep. Now there's just the two kids. Feels a little bad fighting these things when, like, we saw that in town they could be friendly and pets. Probably best not to think about it. I messed that up. I didn't take enough time between my 1 and 3. That's why the enemy got an action after my 3 instead of me getting 2 threes in a row. Not a big deal, but good to notice your mistakes so you can try to fix them in the future. 1 health for each character. I think the fur or the leather is useful. I think one of them is going to be useful for crafting armor later. We are investigating supernatural phenomenon up there. It's off limits. Hey, are you the exorcist we set for? Sure. Yes, of course we are. I thought you'd be a little older. I feel a little bad. The actual exorcist they sent for is in the game, and we can talk to him later. And he'll mention how he tried coming here and was denied entry. And it's because of us. They say there's a ghost in Arnie Village, now this mysterious howling. Why must we conduct such strange investigations? I hope it's not some kind of omen. And here is the supernatural creature. Knock, knock, knock. Looks like I'm causing quite a stir. I've been waiting forever for someone like you. Yeah, I know. You and I are both dead, eh? I don't know how I ended up like this. I don't have a body and I don't remember a thing. You understand what I'm going through, don't you? I have a feeling everything will come back to me once I find my body parts. So how about it? Will you help me find my body? Alright. So, we get his skull, and we don't actually get him as a party member for now, but if we find all of his body parts, we will. Now down there is an enemy, it's a dodo. We don't have to fight it, but I want to because there's an item it's guarding. A bellflower. That little totem looking thing is an enemy and we could fight it, but I don't want to. Hey, don't go down there. I'm the one that's gonna get from the boss if I let anyone go down. Plus, I really think there's a monster. I'm warning you. It's interesting. Later we have to fight a bunch of these guards, but they do seem friendly enough when they're not our enemies. Oh no! So we get the big egg, the dodo attacks. I forget what item it drops for loot. I think we can get a useful element. I think you might be able to get the diminished element, which is a really powerful one, as a reward from that boss battle, but I don't care about elements very much. It is worth getting just because it's worth a lot of money, though. But the battle is a little difficult, and quite frankly, I don't want to try fighting it. I am now going to go back to Lizard Rock. Up! And then I'll immediately leave it, because I'm bad at controls. No, for some reason my mind was thinking we entered from the other side. But yeah, this is a nice spot to fight enemies if you need a few battles to get stats, because they just run right to you. And they're also really weak. Now that Surge has a power glove, I wonder if he'll be able to one-round these things. Lena can kill that easily because it was a red element and she's blue. Okay. One interesting thing is when the enemy takes an action in between your attacks, it will not reset the accuracy boost you build up from hitting things unless the enemy hits you. And I think there are some weird exceptions where it doesn't quite work as intended. But basically, if the enemy hits whoever is attacking them, that will reset your chance to hit back to its default. But otherwise, the enemy interrupting you doesn't really cause any problems. Yay! Nice and easy. I think we need to fight like 3 more battles after this to get the stat gains. Poshul and Lena get some health. Yeah, honestly, a lot of times when I play this game, I don't bother grinding for these stat bonuses. But given the nature of this challenge run, I think we need to. Okay, yeah, so Surge cannot one-round them. But Lena, I believe, does? Yep, that's interesting. Alright, and then we need to fight... Well, how many more? I think it should be more than 2 more. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. That's huge for us. Surge got a strength, which is really all that matters. I guess it's not that huge, but Poshul getting resistance and magic resistance, Surge getting resistance, Lena getting resistance, all very nice. I'd like more strength gains, but Surge got one, and that's the biggest thing. And then we'll fight 1 or 2 more battles just to see if we can get a little bit more health. But yeah, now that Surge got that strength bonus, I believe he should be able to one-round these guys if all of his attacks hit. Let's find out. 1, 3, 3. Well, he'll definitely one-round them if he crits. Now, because the enemy used the red element, it shifted the field. Before there was a blue slot in the field, which would have boosted Lena's damage. Now it's been replaced by red slots, which will reduce her damage. So now she lost the buff and acquired a debuff, so she may not one-round it. Yep. See? The element grid matters a lot. And here's the first example we get. At least first good example. Alright, so we just get 64 gold. I don't know if we will get any HP if we fight 1 more battle, but I'll give it a shot just to find out. Oh. A miss, then an interruption. Wow, okay. That was some bad luck. Let's see if we can kill this thing, since Lena's stronger against it than the other things. Yeah, the crit was unnecessary, but never mind. Wow, Surge missed, what was that, 2 2s, and then the next round missed a 2 and a 3? A little unfortunate, but no big deal. There are actually times where getting a crit can be bad, because some enemies get change how they act when their health drops below a certain point. So if you're trying to play around changes in their behavior, a crit can force them into one of those changes when you're not ready. I don't know of any regular enemies that are that way, but there are definitely boss battles where it matters. Okay. Looks like we've got all the stat boosts we're gonna get. We're gonna go back to town so we can heal. And I think this is the point we can come back here. Which I just realized... Wait, wrong house. It might not be until later. It's not really a spoiler, but the Mojo doll is a character we can actually recruit. That's why I'm coming back here. But I don't remember if you can recruit him now or if you can only recruit him later. Hello there, I just finished praying. Yeah, and we already went through this dialogue, so... Oh, blah blah blah. I actually really like how it has him talk. It sounds creepy, and that's the intent. You have the pyramid, like a symbol of the Illuminati. I don't know if we'll go through the whole dialogue if we show him this. I hope it doesn't go through it all again. Oh god, I think it might. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have came here before when I did. I thought it would be much shorter the second time through, but oh. La-di-da. Come on, just let me get through this. I wish more games would let you skip dialogue. And especially cutscenes. Boogum! Hold on a second there. What was that? Love is always in the air, it's just that no one notices. You're Mojo? I am Mojo, and I bring them good fortune. Or, I don't know how to... Double O in fortune, I don't know how that accent would work. Anyway, I just think he's adorable. I sense some kind of purpose. Seems like fun, so I will join. Yeah. But he actually has a little bit of a character arc in this story, and it's pretty cool. There's nothing drool about me. Just a word of advice: stop him running and come face to face with your life. Messenger of love and courage, I am. I'm lucky. Yeah, I should not. I need to stop trying to do accents, but anyway. Wow, yeah, his stats suck. That's one unfortunate thing about Mojo is he does have really bad stats. I'm trying to decide if maybe I should still go back and grind some battles to get his stats increased. Yeah, let's just play it safe and do so. Anyway, one thing that's interesting about Mojo is for some reason, when they did the remaster of the game, they tried to remove his accent. But they messed it up. What they did was they went through all of his lines of dialogue that are hard-coded into the game and removed the accent from those. What they didn't realize, or at least I assume they didn't realize, is the game automatically inserts accent into generic lines. So Mojo's accent actually shows up in those lines, but not in his hard-coded ones. And as a result, his accent comes and goes depending on this moment. And it's super disorienting for me, so I can't use Mojo in the remaster. It just distracts me too much. Huh. That fish didn't die in one round like it had been doing the last time I fought them. Weird. I don't know why Lena didn't one round it this time. Anyway, I genuinely have no idea why they tried to get rid of Mojo's accent, but it's absolutely hilarious to me that they failed. But also, it's one of the things about the remaster is some of the changes like that are just strange to me and confusing, and how much it matters to anyone will be up to them, and I'm going to try not to focus too much on it, but it's definitely nice playing this version instead. Okay. So Mojo did get a strength up, which is cool because that means he gets as much strength as Lena. His resistance is a little lower than hers, but his magic resistance is higher, so... Lena didn't get a strength up when I was grinding battles for her, so after the next boss battle, I believe Mojo will get a point of strength, but Lena won't, so Mojo will actually be stronger than Lena. That should be interesting. I might actually get a good reason to use Mojo for a little while. Yeah, I don't know why Lena stopped one-rounding these guys. That's weird. I'll have to go back and watch the video to see if I can tell what changed. Okay. Wow, 3 misses. That's unfortunate. Anyway, Lena and Mojo right now are both very low strength, so I don't expect to care much about their attacks. Right now, the main thing is Lena is a blue innate, so when I'm facing red enemies, she's actually dealing decent damage. Mojo might be useful at some point for a similar reason, like if there's white innate enemies, but I don't expect it. Alright. I think that's all the stat gains Mojo's gonna get. Trying to remember the innates of the enemies of the next battle. Or the next boss battle. Yeah. Wait. Can I change my party yet? No, Wait, do I not have the means to change my party? Huh. What? Yeah, I can select party members, but I don't think I can change them yet, can I? Oh, okay. If so, that's interesting, and it's actually a reason that maybe recruiting Mojo wasn't a good idea. Well, I guess recruiting him wasn't the issue, it was swapping him into the party. Unless I'm missing something, there's no way for me to put Poshul back in my party, and I'd kind of like to have her for the next fight, since she deals more damage than Mojo, but... Oh, one thing about Mojo that is interesting is he has something no other character in the game does, which is insane evasion. Late in the game, he is almost impossible to hit with regular attacks. Unfortunately, any special attacks or spells will still hit him. But if PvP was a thing, Mojo would be god tier strong, because he would be almost impossible to kill, because you would just never hit him. Anyway, let's make sure we save, and then we'll fight the second tutorial battle. And at some point I may start making save files separate as I go, that way I can go back to earlier points in the run if I need to. Yeah, we already had this dialogue. Oh, I did not mean to fight this, but it's okay. I'm hoping we get a non-mama fight so I can show something cool. If the mother isn't here, yeah. I love this. They actually coded it where the enemies can attack one another. It's not important, but it's so cute to me that the enemies can waste turns attacking one another. But if I remember right, they can only do that when there's no mother in the group. And it kind of is used to show that the kids, when they are, unsupervised, will act like children and not be very smart, may attack each other. Basically sibling fighting, which is pretty normal. Makes me feel even worse about killing them. Maybe it's like Pokemon though, we don't kill them, we just knock them out. Anyway, here's Salt and Pepper again. Shake it. We can't just shake it on back to the... Yeah, I'm not going to keep saying shake. I was awfully awful back there, Pepper. I want a rematch. But by the way, do you remember what kind of outfit he was shaking? Hmm. Just something justly like that, Pepper? Oh, you remember? So he looked like that, huh? Actually, it is him, Pepper. So you're sure about that? Wonderfully wonderful timing, Pepper. Let's shake it. We're really gonna shake it to you this time. They are, of course, the Shaker Brothers, as in salt and pepper shakers. And now we get another little tutorial segment. This time I made sure to bring a black element with me, Pepper. Good work. Well, shake it up on him and attack it. Affirmatively affirmative, Pepper. Oh no, they're going to use a black element on us. Turn black? What? Oh dearie dear. That was no black attack element you used just now, was it? It was a black element that makes your foe more susceptible to attacks of the opposite color attribute. White, wasn't it? I'm afraid you're right. How terribly terrible. You did bring a white attack element with you, didn't you? If you didn't bring one with you, you're more stupid than I thought. How awful? Yeah. That's used to show you the turn X elements. Turn black basically made Surge into a black innate for this battle instead of white innate. How it actually works is a lot more complicated and confusing because it doesn't make you a black innate fully. You may be able to see, it's hard to tell because, of course, black blends in a lot. But if you look in the upper right corner of Mojo and Lena's boxes, there's a little corner missing. In Surge, it's black. That shows he has been turned black by the turn black element. But that doesn't actually make him just black as though Mojo is. It's complicated, and I'd have to stop and think to make sure I get it right. But basically, if I remember right, turn black makes you black for physical damage that you deal and magical damage that you take, but not for physical damage you take or magical damage you deal. I believe that's how it works out. Anyway, we are attacking with Mojo here instead of Lena because of two things. One, there's a black slot in the field from the turn black element, and that powers up our black innate units, and there are red slots in the field now, which depower blue innate elements. So right now there's 2 points of debuff on Lena. The black slot has been pushed out, so there's no plus for Mojo. But still, Mojo at +0 is better than Lena at -2. And Surge is better than either. Yay! By the way, there was a tutorial back in town when we first started that I skipped. So, these two are not the only tutorials you'll come across as you play. But the one I skipped takes forever and I don't care for it. Okay, so here we get another... Man, Surge's magic is growing a ton. Lena's is alright. Eh? I don't remember what post we'll get from this one. But anyway, Surge gets another point of strength, which is huge. Of course, we knew that because the mini levels give you the same stats as the big levels that follow. Mojo getting a strength there is decent, so he gets +1, goes to 7. Also, a point of resistance. Selena gets a point of resistance. So yeah, all my characters got more physical resistance. 2 of them got magic, which is useless. That's pretty decent. And we got a copper there. That's actually going to be relevant. I think we only need 1 copper, if I remember it. Later on, we'll be able to get some iron and copper to forge things with, but it won't be enough to get a full set of equipment. So I believe getting the copper there was all we need to get a full set of upgraded equipment. Sorry, I'm totally out of bellflowers. There's a big ruckus down in Fossil Valley. Then for the Dragoons, we're setting roadblocks in the valley. I'll get some in a few days, so come back again then. Aw. You have my sincerest apologies. I understand we are here to protect you as Acacia Dragoons. Those knights should be done with their work shortly. Oh, that's alright. I can get my flowers from other places too. Never mind that. I haven't seen Karsh around here lately. How's he doing? Well, he said he was going ghost hunting down south. I'm just a private, so I do not know for certain, but I heard a rumor that Lord Viper ordered him to go. But yeah. So here we see a character. We don't know his name yet, but it's Glenn. We can have him join our party. And we will. We'll probably be using him for a good chunk of the game. He's pretty strong. And we get to learn a little bit about his relationship with people. Huh? You don't know who he is? Yep. That boy is dear sweet Glenn, a member of the Acacia Dragoons. Pretty popular with the people here, but it really surprises me to see that naughty little boy grown so mature. Makes me feel my age. But yeah, we get to learn a little bit of the relationships of people. Like Harsh, the guy who was hunting us earlier, is friends or something with Glenn. Don't know the exact details. And here's Kid again. God, you're slow. You made me wait forever, making a lovely lady like... Aha, so that's it. I get it. This Sheila... Is that Sheila? This Sheila over here is your sweetie, eh? No, we do not want to quit. I'm right, and I no need to be shy. I'm not so bold as to break up lovers' tender moments. I'm understanding. I'll wait until your little date's over. Well then, have a bloody good time. I do really like Kid. She's fun. But yeah, if we had recruited Kid earlier, we wouldn't have gotten Lena in here, which meant we would have missed out on some dialogue that we've seen up to this point, but also we would miss this scene here. Well, Lena, long time no see. How are you? Since when did you have a boyfriend? It's not fair to keep me out of the loop. It's nothing like that. He's my cousin. Isn't that right, Serge? No, we're not gonna lie. Oh, so she's your girlfriend? Well, if you still want to go on a date, that's cool with me. Oh, Lisa, stop that nonsense. Oops, before I forget, this is for you. Mom told me to say hi. Well, thank you. Thank your mom for me. So, miss, how can I help you today? Don't expect any special deals just because we're friends. I like that the game has a... Well, I like that while the game has a very large cast of characters... no, I did not mean to buy that. They actually flesh the characters out more than you might expect, like with little scenes like this. You're not going to find anything over here. I'm looking for a useful element. Oh. Yeah, there's so many, I can't decide which one. Mom said you can only have one because you're still a child. Grown-ups have all the fun. They get to mess with all those elements and we don't. And who is this guy? Why, if it isn't Lena, what a pleasant surprise. The little girl I knew is all grown up now. And what's this? Have you come to show your boyfriend off? Oh, you're so silly. Just the other day, I went on my usual trip to the Shadow Forest to gather wild plants. Believe it or not, I found a rare blue-tip mushroom. How about that? Do you envy me? I envy you. I thought so. To begin with, this mushroom only sprouts one day out of the year. Okay, then I'm going to tell you a big secret. Deep inside the forest, there is a very large tree. This tree has a big hole in it. The hole leads to an underground waterway, which is the perfect place for rare mushrooms to grow. If you go deeper into the waterway, you'll end up in Master Viper's manor. Does that surprise you? Master Viper must also gather mushrooms in his spare time. He truly is a great man. But yeah. So that gives us a hint on how we can sneak into the place. And we actually will be using that in this run. There are several ways to get into the manor, and you can pick any of the three. And for this run, we will definitely be going with the route through the woods because of the character we recruit. Plus, it's also just the easiest route for me. And then this person wants to get the frozen flame. Because they're broke and they think it'll make them rich. This guy thinks the frozen flame is some kind of jewel or something. I'd say things aren't that easy. It's probably a monster of some sort. When you gaze at it, boom, you're well done, like a steak on a barbecue. So yeah. Everyone knows about the frozen flame, but nobody knows the details of what it is. This person tells us about Riddle, or Riddell. I think it's Riddle. She made a darling couple with her childhood sweetheart Daria. It's such a pity that he died so young. They say beautiful women rarely find happiness. How about me? Do I look happy? Well, if I say happy, I'm effectively calling her ugly. So I say she looks unhappy. Oh my, do I? Why, thank you. Although I know it's just flattery. Ever since Daria died, one of the chairs for the four divas of the Acacia is vacant. Or Acacia Dragoons is vacant. Sir Viper is said to be looking for candidates, yet I can't foresee anyone who can match the caliber of the great knight Daria. If only I was a little younger. Welcome to the Dragon's Tale. Okay. Yeah. Now this is a guy who we could recruit, and it would get us into the manor when we need to. But I'm not going to. My name is Guile. I'm having a certain bet with the fortune teller by the bridge. If I can bring the item of proof of the manor within a week, I shall win. If I cannot, I shall lose. But as there is a trick behind any mysterious magic, there is no such thing as impregnable fortress in this world. A toast to my coming victory. We can't recruit him yet because we don't know yet that we're going to go into the manor. Master Viper, I'm here to polish your statue again. Alright, all squeaky clean. It's gotta be extra clean for the coming festivity. Blah blah blah. This guy's creepy and how much he loves Master Viper, but anyway. Blah blah blah. I'm not reading all of the dialogue because my voice would get worn out. Alright, that's all. We gotta sneak into Viper Manor. You gotta find out what the Acacia Dragoons are up to, and why that Karst bloke was trying to capture you. I've got some business there as well, so I'll go along with you. How about it, Serge? Okay. It's the obvious choice, right? According to Grandpa here, this Viper Manor is a bloody big place, which also means it'll be easy to break into. There's gotta be more than one way in? Okay, yeah, this is what we need to be able to change party members. I didn't realize that if you recruit Mojo back in Arnie, you can wind up in a situation where you have more than 3 party members but can't change them out. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, Kid... let's see. So Kid is actually weaker than Mojo right now overall. They both have the same strength. Actually, my expectation is that I'll be using Nikki, who is the guide we'll recruit to get into the manor, and Kid. But I do need to level up my characters. Well, get the mini level ups, so I can see what their stats are like before I decide. Here's a fortune teller that I'm not going to mess with. Yahoo! Hello there, come and see for yourself. This is a prize of all prizes, a rare cat from Mermaid. Aww. This is kind of creepy. Mermaids are sentient in this world, so This is a living person who is trapped in a very small cage. Is that thing really alive? And then... Yow! Hey you think this is really fun? How would... I hate doing accents. How would you feel if you were trapped in a tank like that, being stared at every day, huh? Yikes, it's Korcha, run! Korcha is hated by the community, and I get why. But he's actually kind of interesting. Because he actually like stands up to people, tries to do what's right. He actually helps your party if you want. But yeah, there's lots of little moments like this that help establish various characters, which I think is important because of how many people there are in the game. There are 44 recruitable characters, I believe. Yeah. I overslept. This corner is the only place that's open. But yeah. And then there's a graveyard over here. And his shop isn't set up yet, but later on I think we can buy an item from him. What business brings you here? They're only friends here. You shouldn't disturb the resting place of the brave who have died violently. But yeah, if you have no business here, you should leave immediately. We can see Korsha over there by his boat. Here is a little home. I'm sorry, Greco is out on an errand to Fossil Valley. Please come back a little later. Greco is a character we can meet later. He is the exorcist the soldiers had hired to deal with the problem that we dealt with when we went to Fossil Valley. And here are Glenn and Riddle. They are at the grave of Dario. So, she was out of flowers. That is unfortunate. Let's pray without any flowers for today. I don't know if having the bellflower here actually matters in the sense of getting any rewards or changing anything. Is that a bellflower you have there? But it does give us a cute little thing here. Would you be so kind as to give them? Of course. Give it for free, ask for money. You know, my entire life, I've never asked for money or said no. I don't know what would happen if I did. I just can't be a jerk. Like, yeah, people are mourning the death of someone they loved. Like, how could you try to extort money from them? And there, we see Glenn called Dario father. Well, he said father and brother, so we can guess that it's his brother. Since Dario was in love with Riddle, and they seem to be about the same age. But yeah, here we get to find out Riddle is concerned. Her father is Viper, as we are now discovering. And Viper is conflicted about what he's currently doing. Everyone has been acting oddly ever since that beastly guest arrived at the manor. Glenn, promise me to always keep the unclouded truth in sight. Do not be swayed by the masses. The splendor of the Einlands must not be tarnished. So now they go back to the manor. But yeah, having a lot of little scenes like this to set up the relationships between people, to give them personality and such, is really important, helping the world feel fleshed out when you have as many characters as this game has. And it's also just good writing in general. Beneath the sacred sword lies... Beneath the Sacred Sword, the Warrior's Line. 13th Acacia Dragoon, Grandmaster Garai. And then Dario. Garai or Gary? Yeah, I think it's Garai, not Gary. Anyway, I do feel like I may be spending too much time just reading the text and the lore of the game. Not the most exciting content for a challenge run, but I'm enjoying it. It's nice to take my time and play through casually and experience this stuff. Viper Churros. Yeah, 100 is too much. If you tell them the right amount, you actually can get something later. I think it's a rainbow shell. But I don't know what the right amount is. So I'm just gonna guess. There's a fortune teller and I think a person who paints portraits there that we could have talked to. I'm skipping them because they're interesting just to experience, but they don't establish anything. I didn't realize Poshul can talk to another dog here. You've rocked out for today. That's cute. I honestly didn't realize that could happen. Oh, okay. Me? I love boats, but I can't become a sailor because I get seasick. So he wants to make boats. Alright. Now there is the blacksmith place we will be going to, but I'm going to go up here first. You have to go to the blacksmith if you want to recruit, oh god, I'm blanking on his name. Pierre. One of the guys who can get you into the manor. I'm not taking him this playthrough. We found a profiteer purse. One of the most important items in the entire game. So, these are rich people, and the profiteer purse is kind of playing into that. As an item, oh, it's the Lucky Charm, Lucky the Cat. As an item, all it does is increase the amount of money you get after battles, which isn't anything amazing. It's decent. But you can disassemble it for 3 iron and 3 copper, which you can then use to make a bunch of really strong equipment and get a huge power boost early in the game. I'm not going to do that yet because I am... Wait, Father, that is not it. Something is missing. I believe I'm on the right track, however. Van, what's your opinion? I think it's good, but is it art? I'm going to insult him because it's funny and the kid's a jerk. We can recruit him later, and he does have an emotional arc of his own. Aw, poor kid. His father's always ignoring him. Wants him to study. And of course, Van and Gogh is for Van Gogh, the famous artist. But yeah, we can see his father is obsessed with money. And we'll find out that earlier in his life, he used to be an artist. And he got disillusioned and decided to focus on making money instead. I do not believe Father even notices the view here. The colors of the sea and sky far surpass the beauty of the gems he collects. I do wonder if he really was a painter in his youth. It's rather hard to believe. So yeah, Van's annoying to me in that he has an attitude and is pretty rude. But I think it's well written. And his character arc involves dealing with the conflict between do you want to make money or follow your passions. Now, here we have a choice. I could disassemble the Profiteer Glove right away. But I need to do some battles to recruit, or to get mini level ups. So before I... Actually, never mind now. I don't need the extra money. I'm not going to be buying elements in this run, really, so... What I was going to say is sometimes it's worth keeping the purse rather than disassembling it right away. So you can make some money when you're grinding for levels or whatever. And then come back and disassemble it after. Yay, we carry only the best goods. Come and look or take a look around. And then if you leave, do you have any iron with you? We've been out of it for the longest time. We can make stronger items if only we had that iron. And that is why this is such a powerful item. We get 3 iron, 3 copper. Wait. I'm confuzzled. Oh, I was on the disassemble tab. I was like, wait, why can't I make a weapon for Surge? That's wrong. But yeah, they can make iron equipment, but you don't really have a way to get iron other than disassembling the Profiteer purse. So if you do, you get a higher tier of weapon much earlier than you would otherwise. So we'll make a Steel Swallow for Surge, an Iron Dagger for Kid, and now I have to decide if I want to make a 3rd iron weapon or... Nope, I'm gonna make iron armor. Okay, yeah. I mentioned we might have to fight the dingoes for equipment, or for material. We have a 1 leather. That was from them. If we hadn't fought them, we wouldn't have had any leather, and we wouldn't have been able to make that iron mail. Now, we could make bronze equipment. We have 3 bronze. I think I'll want 1 bronze weapon. Trying to think what characters I want to use. I don't know if I want to use Poshul or Lena, so I'll wait to decide on which bronze weapon we'll make. But we have 4 copper, so we can make 2 bronze mails. We have 1 iron mail that we've made, 2 bronze mails, so that's a full set of armor. We have 2 copper. Oh, we don't have any screws, but I think we can disassemble a helmet, right? Yeah, we'll disassemble a... Oh, it's still equipped. So we'll disassemble a helmet so we can get a screw from that and basically just upgrade it into a copper helmet instead of a bone helmet. Wait, no, you will get the iron mail. Anyway, we're going to upgrade our bone helmet into a copper helmet. And then we'll save the 1 less copper we have so we can make a weapon out of it. And I don't know which weapon I want yet because I don't know who my 3rd party member is going to be. Oh, we are out of money. That was unexpected. Okay, well, this shows why keeping the Profiteer purse for a while might have actually been worth it. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Mojo and Poshul, I don't care about giving them better equipment because I don't expect to use them. Anyway, we'll have to come back and make 1 more iron helm, or not iron helm, copper helm, in a little bit. But first, let's go recruit our guide into the manor. And this will be Nikki, who we have seen people talk about before. He was the singer that the person in the Arnie restaurant was fawning over. There were a couple houses in the top area of Terminus that I didn't go to. Me like working, but work all day, tiring, need rest. When me rest, overseer mad, me have hard time. What are you looking at? I'm working here. Get out of my way. You're bothering me. What's your job? Can't you see me? I'm the overseer of these demi-humans working here. These guys always slack off on the job if you don't watch them carefully. I need to keep my eyes peeled. What if I say you're not working? What did you just say? Maybe don't get it, but I'm here to oversee these... Okay, yeah, it's basically the same guy. Look. But yeah, that guy doesn't seem to be working. Seems more of he's just bossing other people around. But yeah. When the demi-human tries to rest because he's tired, the overseer is mean to him. Okay, we can't go there, but we can go up here. And here are the backup dancers, you and me, as in Yumi. We're just stage support for Nikki and Mickey, but someday we're going to take the lead on the stage. But when will such a day ever come? This is my first time visiting Terminus, so I was wandering around town promoting the band. Lively town, food's great, all in all, a pretty nice place. Uh-oh, Nikki is missing. Have we found him? We found him in the days quite a few times lately. It's like he was here in body, but not in spirit. But man, without him, we're pretty stuck. We can't even start rehearsing for the show. Mickey's supposed to be back soon from searching, but... There's Mickey. How was it? Did you find him? No, it's no use. I was able to track him up till he went into the Shadow Forest, but there were knights guarding the entrance of the forest, so I couldn't get in. And she doesn't want to be in a creepy forest by herself, so... Yep. Hey, I know. You guys can help me out. I'll lure the knights away from the entrance, and you can go to the forest and find Nikki. Okay, rock on. Yeah. Okay. We will be doing that, but not until we've grinded out some mini level ups. But yeah, because we've talked to her, we can go to the Shadow Forest now, and Nikki will be there. But I think we have to do a boss battle before we recruit Nikki. So let's go ahead and get any stat gains we can for our party members first. And yeah, let's go all the way back to, not Cape Howell, Lizard Rock. And fight those fish that go around in this circle. The flying fish. There is also other areas we can visit. Can we not go to that waterfall? Thought we could. Maybe that's in the other world. Yeah, there's Hydra Marshes there. We can go in there, but we can't make much progress in it until later in the game. But yeah, I don't know if it's that waterfall or a different waterfall in the other world, but one of them is actually important later. I keep doing that. But one of them is important later in the game for story reasons. You can't go into it early, but there's not really anything you can do there. I think there might be some interesting dialogue you can get with someone that... What's her name, like Gurna? Oh. Anyway, for now... We can see we're dealing a lot more damage with Surge because of his better weapon. And Fireball, which used to deal 20-some damage, now only deals 3. But yeah, we can see he's dealing 3, 7, and 11 damage. Surge is dealing more than double the damage of Mojo. Part of that's because he has higher strength stat, but it's mostly that he has a much better weapon. So there's some health. Alright. So yeah, it's a little tedious to grind stats, and on a normal playthrough, I would advise against doing it. But in a challenge run where you expect things to be difficult, it's definitely worthwhile. What's really going to suck, though, is that we're going to want to get them on different characters to see how different characters level up. Because there's a lot of randomness involved, so one character may be much stronger in one playthrough than they are in others. In a normal playthrough, I would say just pick whichever characters you like, and if you are going to grind stats, grind it just on that one party. Because that doesn't take very long, but when you have to keep swapping characters out, it can get pretty tedious. Fortunately, it goes much faster now that we have higher stats and better equipment. But yeah, you can see just how weak Mojo and Postal are compared to Surge. That's why getting the Profiteer purse early is so important. Because that iron equipment really does increase their damage by a ton. And the good thing is, we are getting money from these battles, which we learned we will need. So, uh, yeah, remember how Surge took 3 damage from Fireball? Mojo took 12? And I believe Mojo's magic resistance is actually higher than Surge's. Now that I think about it, Poshul has higher strength than Mojo, so I should probably attack with her instead. Okay, yeah. She dealt 11 and 19 with her 2 and 3, whereas Surge was dealing 21 and like 30. So, Poshul is much closer to Surge in terms of power right now. Okay, that's only health. I didn't get any bigger stats. I don't know if that's because there's none that are going to be available, or if I just need to fight more battles. So let's fight 1 or 2 more battles and see what, if any, stats I get. And then from there we can... or after that we can swap other party members in to get stats for them. Yeah. Surge only needs 4 stamina to take those guys out if he does 2 twos. Only needs 3 to take these ones out. Alright. Yeah, it definitely helps to have more power so you can get through the battles faster. But yeah, this is definitely going to be the most tedious and boring part of the challenge. Okay, that's exciting. Surge got strength, magic that I don't care about. Mojo got strength and resistance, which is nice for him. Agility, which doesn't matter a lot, but it's okay. Poshul got strength, resistance, and magic resistance? Okay, let's fight one more battle just to see if I can get any more HP, because I know sometimes you do get bonus health after the big boost that we just got. But yeah, everyone getting strength makes me happy. Oh, I did 1-2 instead of 2-2. I wonder if 1-2-1 will still kill. I think it will. Alright. And because Surge took damage here, we'll see his accuracy drop back down to default. One interesting thing... Okay, no. Okay, we saw there. 2 1s and a 2 does not kill these things, but 2 2s does. That shows why sometimes it's worth going for the higher tier attacks. But anyway, notice Surge had 94 accuracy with his 1s. Mojo only has 89. That's one of the perks of equipment. Surge does have the silver loop, which increases his accuracy a little. But mostly, it's having a higher tier weapon actually increases your accuracy by a good margin. Okay, looks like we've gotten all the stat gains these characters will get. Unfortunately, I can't take Surge out of my party. So... Oh wait, no. That's not the right button. Yeah. So I can only have 2 characters leveling up at a time. Fortunately, right now I do only have two characters, or, well, two more characters. But later, when our party size gets, or our roster size gets bigger, it would be nice to be able to have more party, or, be able to swap Surge out. The remaster does let you do that, so that might be a point in favor of playing the remaster. What it does is it gives you access to a thing called the Relief Charm that you normally get in your second or later playthroughs in the New Game Plus mode. And its whole point is, or whole purpose is to let you swap Surge out at the party. Oh, that time a 1-2-1 did kill it. I guess there depends on, unfortunate. I guess it just depends on damage rolls. There's some variance in your damage. But alright. Kid and Lena level up, I think. Yeah. Wow, Kid, Lena, Poshol, Mojo, and Surge all gain strength. That is very fortunate. Kid and Lena also gain magic, which in other situations might be nice. Here it won't matter. Kid gained res, so she's almost caught up with Lena. Huh. Yeah, I still don't know if I'm going to want to use Poshol or someone else in Viper's Manor. One benefit of recruiting Nikki to get into the manor is I don't have to use Nikki. The other manor guides are forced into your party, but Nikki is not. Wait, is that true? I think it is. I think Guile and Pierre both have to be in your party if you take them. I honestly don't remember for sure. I think so, but... God, my memory of this game is so hazy on some of the specific details. Okay, so Lena got a little bit of health, so let's keep fighting. In this run, we will have access to almost no healing outside of running to an inn and resting. So our max HP is actually very important. In a normal playthrough, you can just heal to full after every battle, so you don't need a lot of max HP. Oh, okay. But yeah, there are, as far as I know, two ways to heal during this playthrough in combat. One of them is the Master Moon weapon, which we may or may not even get. I don't know. Huh, so no HP that battle. Let's do one more and see, and then we'll move on. I don't even know if we'll be able to get the Master Moon because it requires beating an optional boss that is very difficult. If you can't cheese him with a gimmicky strategy. Basically, he will counterattack based on what you do to him, like whether you attack him with a physical attack or use an element of a certain color. And because of that, if you know how to do it, you can cheese him very easily by only hitting him with red elements. Because doing so will make him always use an... what was it, like a weaken? He uses some debuff that does basically nothing. So if you hit him with a red element every round, he will literally not deal a point of damage to you. Another trick to beating him is you can get an item called the Black Plate, which lets the character who has it equipped absorb black elemental damage. And then you can just have Dario keep... That's the name of the boss. Slight spoiler, because we do know who Dario is. But anyway, if you have the Black Plate equipped, and then he just hits the character with it equipped with black elements over and over, he can't kill them. So that's another way to cheese it. I still don't know who I want my third party member to be. Sucks. What are my stats? Or not stats, like health like? Uh, yeah, we definitely need to heal before we go to Shadow Force. I will go ahead and craft that next Copper Helm. I think Poshul is going to be who we want to use in the manor. Ah, go in the inn. What? Why is it not? Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. I was hitting the shift key because my hand slipped on the keyboard and moved to the wrong spot. Never mind me. Yeah, the game is easier to play on a controller. I just don't have a controller hooked up to my computer right now, and I don't feel like going and finding one and setting it up. And here is a save point. And tell you what, I am going to save before we make our decision in terms of who will have escort us into the manor. Just in case we decide to reload and pick someone else. I can't imagine we will, but backup saves never hurt. But anyway, we're gonna go make one more Copper Helm and trying to think of who all we fight in the manor. Neo and Bulbs are green, so Poshul would be good against them. Marcy is blue, so Kid would be good against her. And then Lynx is black, so Surge would be good against him. So yeah, we're going to use Poshul, I imagine. Basically, we'll have one character who's super effective against each boss. That's Iron Glove we need, right? Oh, wait, no, Copper Glove. Wait, we need the leather for a bronze glove? Really? I didn't realize that. I don't think we're going to be able to... Oops. Oh, so for now we'll just make another bronze helmet. I didn't know we needed a leather for the glove. Okay. Well, I do still plan on using Poshul, but I might have to farm resources to get it. I can't remember, is there a resource trader that we can see yet? I know there's one in Goldove. But yeah, this lady lets us see portraits of various characters. Oh, and oh, I didn't even remember that. She just told us that the guy got rich. Go Van's father got rich by counterfeiting art. I didn't realize that. Interesting. Who might you be? Fortunes be good, fortunes be bad. Blah blah blah. But yeah, every character has their own fortune. You're not dead or anything, are you? Has anyone called you back from the great beyond? You just might be the key to the destruction of the entire planet. Can't say for sure, but fate seems to have a great test for you. Be careful, man. Yeah, I'm not going to go through all of the different fortunes. Hey, you there. In your eyes, I perceive both the look of a beauty and the look of a beast. Be mindful not to bring about your own end, my dear. The dream lies in wait, reaching out to engulf you. Sorry, Mum. I don't believe in fortune telling at all. I make my own way, blah blah blah. Lena has a fortune that is sad. Basically says she has a crush on someone, but it won't work out. Which will be the... or it's referencing there being a love triangle between Surge, Kid, and Lena. Why can't I talk to you? There. So this is Mickey. My nice steady girlfriend Rachel has stopped playing house with me ever since she heard he was coming. Is he that attractive? Rachel, come back! Okay, so yeah, it looks like there is no resource trader right now. A resource trader is an NPC you can give elements to get crafting material. If there was one, I could trade some elements in and get leather that way. Anyway, we're going to save. I don't know if we can get leather in the forest or not. Also, because we talked to Mickey to get the quest to find Nikki, I don't know if we actually could change party members now. So yeah, I had said I was making a backup save in case we would want to maybe switch guides. I don't know if we actually can at this point. I know once we go into the dungeon we can't. Uh, was there any loot? I don't see any chests. But yeah. I don't want to fight this guy. Bad passing on my part. Yeah, we already fought enough battles that we don't benefit. Unless... No, I don't think they would drop leather. Part of me is thinking that an enemy we can fight later in this dungeon might actually drop material we want. Actually, there might be more than one. What was that doing? It was like flying through the air. Yeah, nice thing in this game is you can run away from literally any battle in the game. Sometimes you can't go very far away from the battle. Like sometimes you can't retreat from the screen you're in, and one or two battles, the enemy will actually force you to immediately fight them again. So running away doesn't always let you really do much, but at a minimum, it would normally let you heal. But yeah, how do I get up there? Oh, I think I have to walk. I thought there was going to be... Okay, yeah. Wait, no, this isn't the boss battle I was thinking of. Okay, yeah, here's Nikki. That's the guy we're going to have help us get into the mana. Though, really, he's not going to be much help. We could do it on our own, but... I thought the boss battle was right at the start of the forest, but I guess it's not. I think what it is if you come here on without being on this quest to find Nikki, then there would be guards at the entrance of the dungeon. I think that's what I'm remembering. If I run away from this battle, I don't know that I'll be able to actually get past it to get to the chest, so let's just kill them. Alright. Yeah, the reason I don't want to fight many battles is every time I take damage, even if it's just a few points like that, that is permanent damage unless I want to run all the way back to town to heal up. Oh, but anyway, I was talking earlier about there being two ways to heal. One is the Master Moon weapon, which we may or may not be able to get. What it does is it makes it so for every unit of time that passes, you regenerate 1 health. So it's a way of healing in combat. It's also a really powerful weapon, one of the strongest in the game. There is another item with a similar effect called the Energizer Suit, but you can't get it until New Game Plus mode, and I think you have to steal it. And we can't steal without using elements, so it won't be an option for this playthrough regardless. Yeah, there's another chest here. Uplift is another element, we don't care about that. Let's try to avoid this fight. Is it gonna let us get by? Yeah, should be good. So though you can either use an item like that for regeneration, or there's a cool trick I discovered. Damn, you demons. I can't fend them off alone. Oh no! Let's casually go over here. La-dee-dee, ignore him, let's not help him. Obviously, we have to. But anyway, the other way to heal is something I only discovered when attempting the challenge run last year. Which is, if you have equipment that increases your maximum HP. There's a few items in the game that do. They basically make it so when you start a battle, you start with a larger health pool. They actually increase your maximum and current health. So say you have 100 current health out of, I don't know, 200 maximum health. You might enter the battle with 216 max health and 108 current health. You can then leave the battle and you'll keep the 108 health. So even though you started the battle with 100, you could end it with 108. So it's kind of a form of healing. Though it's not a very good one. But yeah, we won't get an item like that for quite a while. I honestly don't remember when we get the first one. I think the first one we get is like a gold earring. But yeah, it won't be for a good while if I remember correctly. Anyway, I believe this is a boss battle, not just regular enemies. If it's regular enemies, they're a lot tankier than I'm used to. One thing you might be picking up on is, for the most part, we only attack with 2 characters. The reason for that is, since each unit of time recovers on average 1 stamina per character, and each stamina consumption when using regular attacks takes up 1 unit of time, you're basically trading 1 unit of time for 1 stamina and 1 stamina for 1 unit of time. So when one character attacks, every other character gets 1 stamina for every point of stamina you use. So you're basically always going to have enough stamina if you just cycle between 2 characters. That's not true if you're using elements. So normally you would use elements which consume a lot more stamina per unit of time. And that's why normally having 3 party members is actually good. And there's a lot of complexity and strategy to it. But with this challenge run, it doesn't really matter much. Anyway, Lena gets 12 health. Nice. So she's way ahead of Kid in health, but still behind in strength. They're tied in resistance. Lena does have more magic, but that's relevant. Surge's magic is actually doing really well. But yeah, Surge got up to 13 strength. Nice, nice. So yeah, that was a boss battle. Now we get Nikki. At least I think he joins here. Yeah. Oh, okay, nope. We have to follow him. Wait, so we can't go that way? I guess we go over here. What the hell is this thing? It's fast asleep. What do we do now? We'll have to find a way to get past it. There are blueberries. Oh no. This one has green berries. We will have to mess with those in a minute, but first we have to come in here. Okay. It's you. Yes, the person who saved your life. Why didn't you stop to talk to us? What's this? Nice attitude, freak. We saved your life. You could at least thank us. I mean, she's not wrong. You're off to Viper Manor, right? Take me with you. What? Who the bloody hell are you? I think I recognize you from a poster on Terminal. What business do you have in Viper Manor? I believe my sister is in there. Your sister? Anyway, I'll let you in on a secret if you let me join your party. Sure. Rockin'. I don't know what happens if you say no there. I'm the Rockin' Bard Nikki. How about a song? No thanks. Nah, maybe later. 3 different ways of saying no. Oh, fine. Alright, so what's the secret you want to tell us? In order to get through inside Viper Manor, you have to go through the water vein further up. But there's a monster blocking the way. In order to move it, you have to feed it one of the monsters in the forest. I wasn't quite sure how to lure one to it, but then I found this notebook. It says to lure the monsters with their favorite food. Favorite food? It's probably talking about the plant life growing in this forest. The plants are attracted to a certain aroma and then emit their pollen. There are a total of 3 monsters in all, each of which has its own preference of food. I'll be staying by the port and terminal. Call me anytime. Well, that's that. And now for a song. Alright, let's get on. Hey, wait for me. So yeah, what are Nikki's stats like? Ew, 7 strength? That's kind of terrible. Oh yeah, I forgot. Our characters that weren't in the party got some more strength. Nice. Oshal's up to 13? Mojo's at 9? And so is Kid. Okay. Cool. Now, there was a treasure chest in here, so we need to go grab that, of course. Found an aroma pouch. Oh, that's right. We have to use the aroma pouch on one of those flower things. Now, there's 3 different ones, and they each get you a different outcome. I don't know which one is which. If I remember right, you don't have to fight the boss. Well, it's not even a boss, but you don't have to fight that flower thing. If you bring the right uh, plant to it. Or right monster. I think one of the ones you can bring to it will give you... Wait. Okay, yeah, I think I'm doing that right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think if we bring this one to it, we have to fight it. Whereas if we bring a different one to it, we get a not a portrait, but like a frame that changes what our menus look like. And I don't know what the other option gets us. But I'm just gonna take this one since it's the closest. Yeah. Okay, so we will have to fight it. Plus, I think it would be interesting to fight the thing. We have to defeat this thing to get to her. I don't know if it actually has any loot that might be worth getting, but I like seeing different enemies because I normally don't take this route. I normally don't get to see what this... Oh my god. That's a ton of damage. Yeah, I normally don't get to see what this enemy is like, and now I kind of wish I hadn't. Okay. But at least it didn't hit Surge again. Oh, Surge took so much more damage from that than Kid did. Oh, it went down pretty easily. It was just... If it had hit Surge a second time, Surge would have been killed. Okay, we get 1 point of health for Kid. Yay, I guess. Anyway, with that out of the way, we can go further in, but I might go back to town to heal up. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's a boss battle if we go there. I can't remember if these guys drop leather or not. If they don't, we're going to probably want to go all the way back to Fossil Valley to fight some dingoes. Such a funny name. To fight some dingoes to get leather so we can craft one more item. Oh my god, there's 4 of these things? Maybe I shouldn't be fighting them. Okay, one's dead. Wow. You missed a lot. Now, one interesting thing is I don't think we can get any meaningful stats at this point. Wait, is Search attacking a different one than Kid? Oh, nope, there's attacking him. There's an interesting quirk in this game where the stats you can get between bosses are actually different depending on which boss is your next boss. And I believe the idea is on certain routes, you wouldn't be able to fight random encounters between boss battles. Like if we had recruited Pierre, we wouldn't be able to fight any random encounters between the first boss battle he does and the next one. And so I think as a way of balancing things, so you don't get like stronger in one route than the other, the devs make it so you basically can't get stats from random encounters between certain boss battles, depending on, even if you're on a route where it's possible to fight those random encounters. But you can get a little bit of health, like we're getting here. If I'm correct, that's all you can get, though. So yeah, fighting random encounters would be worth it to get some health. Maybe, I mean, to increase our max HP by a few points might still be worth it. But there's no reason to, or there's not going to be much gain, so we don't need to worry a lot about it. Is that a... Sorry, I'm trying to see what that is. It's sparkly. Ooh. Doesn't seem to be anything. Okay. It's sparkly, though. I thought it was like maybe a chest or something. Oh. Anyway, we'll run back to town. Oh, wait, no. We don't need to go to town to heal up. We're going to be fighting really weak enemies, so we don't need to heal before we do. So let's just go straight to Fossil Valley. Oh, that's right, it was for the glove. So yeah, we definitely want to get a leather. Because having a stronger weapon for Postal will be very nice for one battle in particular. Alright. We are killing wild dogs. Makes me feel bad. I know they're not actually dogs, but they look a lot like them. Alrighty. Hopefully we get one. You know, it's possible that it's only the mama dingo that drops leather, or that it's a rare... Wait, that's fur, not leather. Am I wrong? I thought they dropped leather. Huh. You know, there may actually be a different way I can get leather. I want to see something real quick. The thing is, when I disassembled... Well, actually, let's swap party members real quick just to get HP on a different one. I think when I unequip the glove from Poshul, I should be able to disassemble that into and get a leather from that. So maybe I don't even need to farm leather. The problem is I can't take her weapon off without putting a different weapon on. Wait, could I maybe unequip an armor? Yeah. Oh, wait, maybe the bronze armor I have can be disassembled to leather plus whatever. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't... Yeah. Okay. Let's just see what we can potentially disassemble from leather. Yeah, so Bone Glove would give us leather if we could take it off. But otherwise, yeah. Nope. Only Iron Mail will work. So I guess what I could do is take the Iron Mail off, equip, like, the Ivory Mail, disassemble it, and then use the leather from that to craft a glove for Poshul. Then disassemble the old glove Poshul had, use the leather from that to make the Iron Mail again. Such a messed up way of having to do it. But yeah, I think that's my best bet. Oh. It sucks, but yeah, I think that's my best option because I don't even know for sure that I could get leather from the dingoes. Maybe it's beach bums you get the leather from. I feel like I should know the answer to this. Yeah, I definitely should know it because I should know it from when I was trying to learn how to do speed runs, if nothing else. By the way, Nikki does in fact use a pick, as in a guitar pick, as his weapon. Anyway, right now we're just trying to get a couple battles in for health. Okay, maybe these guys can't gain any health. Kid and Lena both gained some max HP, so let's do one more battle. If I don't get any HP from this, then I'm just gonna go back to Termina and do what I said to try to get the equipment I wanted. Alright. Fireball on Nikki should deal some decent damage. 18. Oh wait, wasn't there one more party member I wanted, or I haven't grinded any battles with to try to get stats on? I'm drawing a blank. Oh, Mojo! Yeah. To be honest, I don't expect to ever use Mojo, so I probably don't need to worry about that, but... Yeah, if it was for any bigger stat gains, I would grind on Mojo, but... Yeah, I didn't get any health with these characters, so I don't know if anyone could get health. And if so, how many battles it would take, but... At worst, I'm probably missing out on like 2 to 3 max HP on a couple characters. Ones who I probably won't even use. So, yeah, let's just go. Man, this is such a waste of time. Oh. We have to run over here. And so what I said is disassemble the Iron Mail, which requires I first switch the Iron Mail for the, what? Ivory Mail, I think? Yeah. I might also have a spare Bronze Mail, I'm not sure, but... There's Zappa, who we saw at the start of the game in the flash forward. I'm just coming over here because I can't remember if you can get the hero medal even when you're not recruiting Pierre. Pierre's already left, so we didn't even see him. Aw. She has a crush on him. Hey, kid, talk to me. Stop! Talk to me! Stop! Okay, that's funny. I'm working hard to become a future hero. Okay, nope. So it looks like you can't get the hero's medal. I think it's that kid anyway. Will give you an item that you need to recruit Pierre. He's a stereotypical French guy who's in this room. He's often considered to be the weakest character you can possibly recruit. But he does have a weird quirk where if you get all of the hero equipments or hero items for him. Oh, hopefully that wasn't too loud. I just coughed. But anyway, if you get all the hero equipment for him, he can actually become one of the strongest characters in the game. If you also give him the right other accessories. Because of the way his hero equipment works is really weird. It has some odd mechanics. But basically, you can double the power bonus of other accessories when you have all three hero items equipped. Oh wait, I didn't switch my equipment. Ah, shut up. But yeah, for much of the game, he is extremely weak. I hate that I have to do it this way. Yeah, where do you get that other leather from? Is it from Beach Bums? I think it is. Now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, I think it was. Not disassemble, assemble. Weapon. Yeah. And then we have to exit the screen so we can switch Postal's equipment. Yeah. And now we should be able to disassemble the bone glove. Weapon. Yeah. Disassemble bone glove, get a leather back, and then we can forge the iron mail again. That's such a dumb way to have to do it. Wait, what? How do I not have it? I am so confused. How do I not have iron? Oh shoot, I forged an iron glove, not a bronze glove. I'm a dum-dum. Well, that wasted some money and some time, and also just makes me feel stupid. Okay, so now I have to make another weapon. God, this is... all of this because I didn't get another leather, and I couldn't remember where to get the leather from. Oh my god. Maybe I should edit this out of the video. No. Should be funny for someone, I'm sure. Alright, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure, I hope. Hopefully someone sees this part of the video and just enjoys laughing at me. Like, I wouldn't fault them for it at all. It would be totally appropriate. Okay. And then did I have... yeah, okay, I already have all the copper stuff I'm gonna craft. Oh, that was so embarrassingly stupid of me. Anyway. Iron mail. Bronze helmet. Kid already has iron dagger, bronze mail. Here's an ivory helmet for her. Bronze mail for the puppers. And there. Wait. Why don't you have... oh, somebody else must have the ivory helmet equipped. Kid has one. Who has the other... I should have one more ivory helmet, right? Was it on Lena, maybe? Yeah, there it is. Now Postal can have one. Okay, well. That was an embarrassing use of my time. Let's see. I think what I'll do is probably just finish this part up. I kind of want to go to the Viper Manor and try to clear it, but I don't know if I want to spend that much time. I've already been streaming a couple hours. Then again, it's not that long. Maybe I should. Wait, did I heal? No, I didn't. God, I am bad. So bad. See, if I was doing this offline, nobody would know how much I'm messing up, and I wouldn't be so embarrassed. But also, if I was uh, doing this offline, I would probably have just looked up where to find a leather, and I wouldn't be talking so much, so that would probably mean I'd focus more on the game. Oh. By the way, I don't think I've mentioned it yet, but I love the music in this game. Even just like the music in that town. It's nice. A lot of times when I play games offline, I'll listen to music. Instead of the music of the game, I'll just listen to some other thing. So sometimes I forget what songs are what, or how much I like some of them. Anyway, let's see if we can avoid battles up to the next boss fight. Ah, no! Get away, get away, get away! I mean, I could have just ran away from the battle if we did get him one, but still. Alrighty. Yeah, I think we get ambushed here. Hold it! Dragoon. This path leads to Viper Manor. Whatever your business may be, I cannot let you through. Huh. So the game called Zoa, the guy here, Dragoon, because we don't know his name yet, see? I am Zoa, one of the 4 devils of the Acacia Dragoon. So, you are searched. This should be interesting. I shall let you pass if you are able to defeat me. Come. So yeah, it called, I think it was Salt, but it might have been Pepper, one of the 2 Dragoon instead of its name. The first time we fought him, so, I guess they are all Dragoons, so it makes sense. It's them again, those tough guys. You said you brought a shakingly awesome element with you, didn't you? I have a brilliantly brilliant element this time, Pepper. It's a new summoning element. Cool. Affirmatively affirmative. It's interesting that we learn about summon elements on this route, but not any of the others. Huh? Nothing happened. I wonder what went wrong. I forgetfully forgot. You can't use the summoning element until all the field effect attributes are the same color. You muddyhead. Well then, hurry up and turn all the field effect attributes to the same color and try again. Can't use the same element twice in one battle. Are you clowns finished with your comedy act yet? Anyway. Okay, so that's like 90 damage. Surge only takes 1 damage because of all the equipment we've given him. Okay, low res will lower defense. High res will increase defense. And everything, or the field being completely yellow, will boost the damage of all of these guys. Strengthen is a little scary. It increases attack, obviously. Eagle Eye will increase his accuracy. Now, with a red slot on the field, that would buff Kid. The green slot on the field would debuff Poshul. But now there's a blue slot which will also debuff Kid, so she's neutral, Poshul is neg1. Yeah, Kid has the better weapon, but Poshul has higher strength. So the difference in damage shouldn't be too high between them. But the field does currently favor Kid a bit. Anyway, because we have way better equipment than we normally should at this point, since the game is not balanced for you to use the Profiteer purse to get iron equipment, things are so much easier than they would be otherwise. Pepper bombs. Yeah. Surge taking only 1 point of damage is hilarious. But believe me, we will need all of the help we can get, so this challenge will get very difficult later on. And heck, once we get into the manor, we have no way of healing. 7 health, 1 strength, 1 resist. Okay. So Surge is the only one to get strength. Kid gets magic resist, which is something, but not a lot. Poshul gets resistance and magic resistance, which is really good. Ivory mail and another copper. That copper is actually pretty handy. Ugh. Very well, I shall let you pass. Ha! We shall meet again. Anyway, the copper we got there is actually pretty nice because it does mean we could go swap this ivory helmet for another bronze helmet. Plus, we should be able to get some some mini level ups. Yeah. It's so grindy, but Viper Manor scares me, so I think it's worth doing. I don't care so much about the helmet on Poshul, but I do want to fight some encounters to level up. Or to get stat boosts. Ooh, what enemy is this? It looked weird with it being under the water. Tuscus! I forgot those were here. These enemies are special in a way that won't matter at all in this run. They have a gimmick where if you use an element on them and they survive, they will use that element on you. And it's actually a really effective tool of getting certain elements. Because later in the game, you can get what are called trap elements, which are traps that once you use, if the enemy uses the corresponding element, it will be trapped, negating the attack so you don't take damage, and putting it into your inventory. Oh, 3 health for Kid, nice. So you can use these Cuscus to farm elements that way. You know, I genuinely want to go kill some beach bums and see if that's where you get leather from. Because I think it is. Plus, they're just really weak enemies. I'm really debating on if I want to bother grinding stats on characters. The thing is, I am set on my current party for when I'm in the manor, but once I leave it, I will almost certainly be taking Poshul out of my party. And so because of that, I do kind of want to get as many stat gains as I can on other characters so I can see who to replace Poshul with. I may also take Kid out of the party, I may not. I'll just have to see how stats go on that one. 1 health, 3, 1. But yeah, this is not the most exciting of content, I know. Ah! Run! Oh, fortunately, we're almost to the first real challenge of this run, which is going to be Viper Manor. And I imagine I am going to have to reload a bunch of times because I expect to die a lot. But yeah, I think we can fight beach bums in Cape Hal. But yeah, the last year when I attempted this challenge, I got through Viper Manor, and I was honestly surprised I did. Before I started the run, I was very skeptical that it would be possible. The key is there are multiple boss battles, I believe three, you have to do, plus any random encounters you fight in between. And you have to do it without any access to healing in between. So that's why I'm wanting to get as many stat boosts as I can. Because basically, even just max HP is crucial. Nope, that was Humor and Fang. Okay. Uh, Even max HP is important because just having, say, 10 more health might be the difference between surviving and dying. Why do I do that every time? Like, normally I can beat all those boss battles without much trouble because when you go into the battles at full health, it's not too hard to survive. But if you go into a boss battle at half health because the previous boss battle did a ton of damage to you, it can be much harder. Wait. Eh. Yeah, that's one where I will probably wind up having to reload some of the boss battles, even if I win, just to try to win with more health. Hmm. So Kid got some more health, nice. I don't know if we can get any mini stat gains here or not, other than health. I thought we could, but let's find out. Yeah, one unfortunate thing is technically the fact or even if we don't get something like strength, that doesn't mean it's impossible to. It could just be the character's stat gains for the next level aren't right to give us ones in the mini stat level. Oh, okay. But yeah, as I mentioned before, the level or the stats you get in these small boosts from random encounters are dependent on what stats you'll get in your next boss battle. Okay, yeah, I'm glad I did this. One strength on Surge and Kid will be very nice for their damage, plus one resistance on all three of them is very handy. Okay, so that means we should swap characters out to farm some battles with other people. I'll go ahead and fight one more battle just to see if I can get any more health first. I wonder if Surge can kill this in with 3 stamina now, or if it still takes 4. Still takes 4. Well, actually, it might be 3 if we led with a 3 instead of going with 1s and 2s. But yeah, Kid kills the Squirts with 3 stamina. Nice, nice. Okay, they didn't gain any HP, so we can take them out of our party. It is driving me crazy that I do not know which enemy you fight to get leather. I think it is the Mama Dingo, but I'm not positive. It's gonna drive me crazy until I either look it up or just grind. Uh, Man, as much as I love Mojo and am happy I'm playing in the PlayStation version where his accent wasn't butchered, I don't think it's worth grinding any stats on him. Because I don't think I'll ever use him. But even as I say that, maybe I will. Plus, he uses the same weapon as Poshul does, so if I take Poshul out of my party, it would be easy to just switch weapons. So that has some value. Let's see if leading with the 3 can potentially kill them. Oh, it can. Nice. So yeah, Surge can potentially take both of those enemies out in one round. Of course, it comes down to if you miss or not. Alright. HP, Strength, Resistance, and Magic on Nikki. Magic doesn't really matter, but Strength and Resistance is decent. Well, it's actually really good. It's like pretty much perfect. The only thing I'd want that I didn't get is Magic Resistance. But what I would have really liked is for Lena to get Resistance. Because I very much expect to use Lena after we clear Viper's Manor. There's two reasons for that. One, Kid leaves your party for a little while after that segment. And two, there's a couple battles where having a blue innate is very valuable. For instance, there's going to be a battle against a fire dragon, and I think Lena is going to be super valuable in it. As a fire dragon, obviously, it's going to be a red innate. Alright. So that's done. But also, Lena is just a pretty good character in general. I think the community tends to overrate her a little bit, but she is definitely good. Okay, yeah. Let's do another battle. See if maybe I can get more HP on them. One thing I did learn last year when trying this challenge run is the next segment with multiple bosses in it after the manor is nowhere near as bad as I thought. The reason is I thought it was like Viper Manor where you can't change your party. But the next time you have to deal with a situation where there's multiple bosses in a row and you can't go back to town is on the ghost ship. And on the ghost ship, you actually can switch party members out. Plus, there's actually a way to heal in the dungeon after you clear, I think, the first two bosses? Yeah, I think you have to beat two bosses, then get past some random encounters, and then you'll be able to reach healing. Yeah, I think that's right. It's been quite a while since I played, so my memory is a bit hazy on some specifics. Okay, I think that's the last point of health anyone's going to get. But let's do one more battle just to be safe. Okay. But yeah, her accuracy being so much lower than Surge makes me not want to use her. And that's just because I gave Surge iron equipment and I haven't upgraded Lena's yet. Okay. So that's all the grinding we're going to do before we go into Viper Manor. Now we just want to heal up in town and forge new equipment. What did I... Oh, that's right. I'm gonna give Hoshul an iron... Or not an iron. A, bronze helmet instead of an ivory helmet. That's what I wanted to do. So we'll do that, rest at the end to heal up, and then we will try to make it into Viper Manor. I'm wondering how long it'll take me to get through Viper Manor. If I want to do it all in one segment. Yeah. I mean, it's going to come down to how many reloads I have to do. Plus, I can always stop mid-manor if I need to. I would feel really lame stopping the video before getting to the manor, because really we've barely done any battles and none of them were meaningfully difficult. So I definitely would prefer to get through the Viper Manor so we'll have actually done something I feel is worth caring about. Oh wait, Kid only had an... Oh! So we were one copper short from... Or we had one copper less than I thought. I thought everyone would have a copper helmet, but nope. So everyone has an iron or copper weapon, an iron or copper armor, and two of the three have copper helmets, but I am short one copper helmet. I think I can actually get... What do I get? I think there's an iron vest? Maybe iron mail? Available in Viper Manor if you do a mini game. But I suck at the mini game and you have to do it on the hardest difficulty. Yeah. It's you have to feed these pet dragons. And I just am terrible at the game. So doing it on the hardest difficulty is probably not a thing I'm going to do in this run. Not unless I have to, anyway. But no, I think... What are the rewards? It's knee pad is the easiest difficulty. Recover all, I think, is hard. Then, like, Iron Vest for very hard. And then the medium difficulty, I don't remember what it is. It might be in... Is it maybe like an iron helmet or something? Yeah, if I was playing this offline, I would definitely just look this stuff up. Oh well. I just realized my cursor has been on the screen for quite a while. Let me move that away. That would distract me so much if I was watching a video. Alright. And then there's... I'm trying to remember if there's something weird in this tunnel. Wait, I should have came in here first because... Yeah. Okay, yeah, I have to beat that ghost to move this rock. So it's possible I lose health here. I really don't want to run all the way back to town. Hopefully I don't lose health, or I lose so little it doesn't matter. $123. 15 health is a lot to lose. Man, do I really want to go into the Viper Manor 15 health short? The answer is no, but I also don't want to run all the way back to town. I may be screwing myself over here. Okay. I spent all that time talking about leather and how to get it and wasting all my time craft only to get leather right here. So yeah, I should have just walked up, fought that battle, moved the rock, then gone and done everything else, and I would have saved myself so much time and trouble. And I would have 15 more health. Anyway, I think moving that rock makes it harder to get an item later in the game, if I remember it. I'm just gonna run away from this battle. Because I think there's an item in, like, the other world. Okay, now I'm down 16 health. But yeah, I think like moving that rock blocked something in the other world, or maybe it's when you come back through this area in this world. Oh, I usually don't care that. Okay, let's try this again. I swear I am not as bad at the game as I make it seem. How do I keep getting in a fight? Like, I'm not even having a chance to move. Okay, fine. I have to kill it. I'm not gonna. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna run away one more time just so I can try to see what's happening. Because I don't know why I'm unable to move away from the enemy after I run away. So confusing. Okay. Yeah, I genuinely can't see. It starts a battle before the screen even finishes loading. So guess we just fight. The good thing is because I did it, there's only two of them this time, whereas the last time I think there were three or four. So the battle will be easier, and hopefully I'll lose less life in it. Okay. Well, the good news is I didn't lose any life fighting it, but seriously, why couldn't I move after I ran away? Like, oh, oh, there's probably more than one of them. So it's probably running away from one and then immediately getting in a fight with the other. I bet that's what happened. If so, it kind of makes sense, but it's also very annoying and it's silly that the game would let that happen. Wow, okay. So now I'm down 22 life for the manor. I'm trying not to get tilted. Like, I've taken enough damage now that I genuinely think retreating would be the right thing to do. Oh, okay. Okay. That's on me. That one was on me. I'll admit I should have remembered that can happen. Yeah, I think when you try to come back later to get that chest, having moved the rock makes it harder to get to, or something like that. I think that's what I was remembering. Okay, but yeah, 21 health is missing on Kid, 1 health is missing on Serve. Let's see if that affects anything as we go. Okay, so we wait until night. Now there are several treasure chests we can open. I don't know that I'm gonna go for them all. Like one here, I think we can get easily. Yeah. Thing is, if I remember right, all the chests that we could go for are ones that have elements in them, so they're not useful to us at all. Wait, is that a chest over here? Oh no, this is the barn we're trying to get to. Alright. So here, there's a little mini game. This guy has the key we need to get into the manor. And to get it, we have to feed these dragons. Now the question is, how many do we want to feed? We'll definitely want to do this one. Oh, there's 5 difficulties. For some reason, I thought there were only 4. This one has, I think, an iron mail or iron vest, which would be really nice to get, but I will not be able to do or feed 100 of them. Ah, I will not be able to do it without like trying a ton of times. It would take me so many times or attempts because I suck at the game, which you can probably already tell. Okay. So 10 is nice and easy, even though I was clearly bad at it. So the knee pad increases defense by 1. Nice little perk to get. Let's try to do it 20 times. I think 30 is a recover all. Oh, wait. I know there are ways to do this effectively, like patterns or like positioning or something, but I don't know them. So fortunately, this one's pretty easy. Do we get anything we care about? A bronze helmet. Sweet. So I had mentioned earlier that I thought we had bronze or iron equipment for everyone. Turns out we do now. Okay. This is probably why I was thinking we would have the full iron and copper equipment. I was probably remembering having picked up one last piece in here. Anyway, I'm pretty sure feeding them 30 times gets you a recover all element, which is actually a really good healing element. 100 times gets you some sort of iron armor, either iron vest or iron mail. Don't remember which. And I don't know what 40 gets you. If you walk into that spotlight, guards will spawn and they'll come attack you. Yeah! No! Wait. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to fight these ones. There's a trick called the guard skip that speedrunners do that lets you skip this battle. And I don't remember very well how you do it. But it's something along the lines of you aggro the guards that were in the south, have them chase you. And what was it? It was something about that. Or wait, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you don't need to aggro them. I was always so bad at it, I almost always failed. But basically, it's some trick where you exploit the uh, enemy AI so you can basically walk past this battle without fighting it. Because I think, like, when the other set of guards loses interest in you, you have a small window where these guards won't aggro you or something like that. I don't know. It doesn't save you a lot of time, and it's so easy to mess up that a lot of speedrunners don't even try it. Okay, well. I think we can just run away, maybe? Oh my god, I'm down 6 more health. But yeah, I think we can run away from this battle and then just get enough distance that they'll stop attacking us. Hopefully. Yeah! Go away! There is an item on this screen we could grab. I guess we might as well since we're already here. Yeah. Turn yellow. Anyway. Wait, what? Oh. I guess I didn't have to open the menu. I was just in the wrong spot when I was clicking. Now here, you can try to guess the password, but even if you guess correctly, it won't work. Oh no, intruders. Kids fun here. You dragoons are a bunch of dog nuts. You're asking for it. Take it easy. So you're all afraid of us, eh? Chicken! If you come here without Kid, like if you haven't recruited Kid when you come here, she'll show up and she will free you from this cell. Kid's kind of like that, where she's a major character for the game, even if you, but you don't have to recruit her. If you don't recruit her, she'll just keep showing up anyway. And some of the scenes with her are pretty cool. Ooh. Okay. Okay, that's 2 health lost. Alright. Let's try Spree here. Nice. Alright. So yeah, we fought 2 guard battles that we didn't actually need to so far. Didn't lose much health in the process, but that is one thing we could have definitely improved on in this run. We can go down these stairs. And normally I would. Well, Potional can't fit. That's funny. Normally I would go down here. Well, obviously I'm just to show you. But normally I would, because if you try to open this chest, you'll get in a battle with the Boxer brothers. They are 2 treasure chests. One's big, one's small. And one of them will always be the quote-unquote right target for the battle. And what that means is if you attack him, you'll get a reward. If you attack the wrong one, then you'll have to fight the 2. Wait. Yeah. Say the password. This is a cool little thing. You don't say anything. They ask you for the password, and the password is, in fact, silence. I always thought that was neat. It gives you 4 options, so you would think one of those options is the right one, but no. Alright. This is great, but it looks like the frozen flame ain't here. Oh, let's just take what's here. Now, does this spawn a battle? I forget. Oh, it's a Boxer brother. Okay. Now, the rewards you can get from this fight aren't useful for us, other than we could potentially sell them. So I'm not going to risk starting an actual battle and taking damage. I don't think we would. I think we would have a chance to attack them and then just run away if we guess wrong. But I'm going to play it safe. Now, if I remember right, we can take one of these without triggering a fight. But which one was it? Is it... Okay, that would only be useful for Pierre, who we did not recruit. Okay, yeah, this, if we take, will trigger a fight. I'm going to take it just to see if we could run away. Okay, so it's another bronze medal. Wait, that didn't trigger a fight? Wait, what am I thinking of then? I thought there was a fight with, like, these living armor type enemies if we take that. Okay. This must be some kind of trap. We should leave it alone. Whatever, just grab it. We received the silver pendant. Oh my god, it was a trap. Who could have seen that coming? He told you. This is Lucio, I think would be how you pronounce it. Quiet. There's Pip. We can't recruit him now, but Pip is cool. I see that you are not really dragoons. Actually, we're just, well, no matter. Come out. Has some really weird mechanics, and it's also kind of like super bugged in the PlayStation version, where basically if you ever save the game and then reload, Pip breaks and doesn't work properly at all. So unless you want to use save states, you pretty much can't use Pip, unless you're going to play the entire game without ever reloading. Oh, Lucia, not Lucio. You will be my guinea pigs. Finish them. Seriously, though, I thought we were going to trigger a fight with some armors. Maybe that's in a different room, not the treasure vault. Curious, what happens if we run away from this battle? It's cool, you can actually run away from boss battles like this. Anyway. We did get a silver pendant. What does it do? Oh, proves magic defense. Yeah, they both are basically the same in that regard, so let's give it to Kid since she's lower health. Hi, Pip. Mystery life form. Hi, I'm Pip. My dream is to sail the vast sea someday on a big, huge ship. Okay, we can't release Pip yet. After the boss battle, we'll be able to. No. I will let you... Okay, yep. So nothing interesting happens. But fleeing the battle did at least mean I could equip an extra piece of equipment. Probably not going to matter, but, yeah. Might as well hedge our bets a little. Unfortunate. Oh. Bit rough. Now this is the main reason we brought Pip with us. Pip is a yellow innate and these bulbs are green innates. So, or not Pip, Poshel. So Poshel will deal increased damage against them. As you can see, Poshel did about as much damage as Surge did. The downside, of course, is Poshel takes a lot more damage from them as well. Okay. Yowzas. But yeah, right now you are seeing why this dungeon scares me, and why losing even just 21 health on Kid and 1 health on Surge before entering the manor worried me. Because we're gonna have to fight bosses like this a lot. Okay. Yeah. Not happy with how that battle went, but the last save point was far enough back that I would be too afraid to reload and do what we've done just to come back. Okay, so Poshel gains some more resistance, Kid gets strength, and so does Surge. And, well, everyone got resistance, so that's cool. So yeah, that wasn't bad. That was a lot of damage on Poshel, but okay. Now please leave. Yeah, once I find a save point, of course we'll open it. Thanks, I'll make my escape later. Wait, I'm extremely interested in all of you. I cannot leave right now, but come by when you need my help. I'm willing to help you. My mind keeps trying to read the accents as they're written, and there's no way I should. Ah. When the eye is open, you will get in a fight if you try to go in. That's why you saw me wait. Oh, this is where I was thinking of. Yeah. This armor right there, if you there's like a shield you can put in it, and it'll trigger a fight. Watch out for traps, don't touch anything. I don't remember if anything in this room is actually useful. But I am really afraid that I'm gonna like just get in more fights, so I shouldn't be doing this. If the game didn't let you run away from battles, I would not even risk it. Ah, no. This is where using a controller with an analog stick might have been easier. Wait, is that no? Yeah, forget it. I forget what the reward for fighting that battle I was thinking of is. I believe you can come back later and pick up all this stuff then. Oh, wait, is this Karsh's room? Kitty. Or Zoa's room, I guess. Okay, yeah, this is Zoa's room. Karsh is the one that's gonna be in. Yeah, Zoa won't let us take this chest. Ah, we woke him up. Only I can open that. Okay. What is it? Who are you? Ah, I'm Zoa. What? Who are the four divas? I say four, but there are actually like three. Karsh next door, marching in the library, and I. Tell me about Daria. He wielded the holy sword, Einlancer, was a trusted confidant of General Viper. He was engaged to the general's daughter, Miss Riddle, and was next in line to be heir. Yep. Okay. And of course, we'll learn more about what happened and everything later in the game. I didn't realize you could talk to Zoda. Oh god! If you walk on the carpet, you get ambushed by these guys. I didn't realize I was far enough onto the carpet for that to happen. I guess when I came out of the room, I was further south than I thought I was. Oh. Yeah, in any normal run, I would happily fight these battles. If I remember right, they actually are sourced either through drops or through stealing of a pretty decent element. I think it's like the first time you can farm level 3 elements. What do you mean, Junior? I had orders to bring in the ghost of the boy that died 10 years ago, but he had unexpected company and got away. Seemed too human to be a ghost. Alright, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we could talk to him about, but I'm not going to go into all of it. Yo, don't open that. I said don't. You're a pesky one, aren't you? But you're still at it? You must be really bored. That's 7 times now. That's 8 times now. As you can probably tell by, well, 1, the fact he has this customized dialogue, and 2, I'm still doing it. If you try to open this chest enough times, you will eventually get to open it. 18. Is it 20 times or 30 times you have to try? 20. Okay. Fine, if you want it that bad, take it. Dragoon Gauntlet. This is a really good item. It's good enough that even in a speed run, you will want to get it. Yeah, it's plus 3 attack. And I'll give you the silver loop. Okay. So that's probably the most important item we can get. But anyway, what I was saying about those enemies that drop down and ambush you, I think they're called will-o-wisps. They have magma burst. It's the level 3 red element. And you either steal it from them or you kill them and get it as a drop. And up to this point in the game, you weren't able to buy level 3 elements, so it's pretty much the first place you can get them. Anyway, there's the statue that you can try putting a password in at. And we already tried that once, and what happens if you do it again? I don't remember. I don't know if we get another fight or just wind it back where we were. I think we just wind it back where we were without another fight. Yeah, okay, good. Anyway, going to the right like that was necessary for the boss battle, but talking to Karsh and getting his loot was not. What we have to do is learn the password. What? It fell down again. How many times do I have to tell you? It's to the right and to the left. Got that? Glenn. We've seen him before. There's a couple interesting things in this part that we can do. But first, let's follow him. He just learned the password, so by following him, we can learn the password. Now, you don't actually need to follow him. I'd better write this down. Once he writes it down, you can just check the wall. So even if you didn't follow him, you would get it. 2 to the right, 9 to the left. If only I could consult my brother. Glenn, yep. So Glenn's a good guy. Most of the Dragoons will be setting out on a grand expedition. It's been 3 years since Daria's death. But yeah. There's lots of little lore you can pick up on, details you can learn. All he does is sleep, always mumbling and dreaming away. Have you seen the machinery outside? Has Lucia taken broken... Or Miss Lucia has taken broken parts from Fort Dragon and used them to remodel that thing. We don't know what he's talking about yet, but we will find out later. Revive is a really good element. There's only 3 or 4 in the whole game, so it's one of the most valuable items you can get. Anyway, dishwasher, damn, I wish I had chosen something easier. I can't find the time to investigate. It's nothing. So, what does this guy mean? He wishes he could find time to investigate. Clearly he's some sort of spy, but we don't know much about it yet. Can't you see I'm busy? That's Orchard, the guy who worked at the restaurant in Arnie. And we'll be seeing more of him again later. Was there another item in here? What the hell's taking so long? Where's his food? Okay, yeah. Envoys here about the frozen flame. A Dragoon's Honor. I forgot that was here. I'm actually really glad I was walking around then. Dragoon's Honor is... Wait, is that even better than the Power Glove? Oh, that's right. The Power Glove is only +1 attack. Dragoon's Gauntlet is +3. Dragoon's Honor gives you the same +1 attack as the Power Glove, but also gives you increased magic and accuracy. Yeah, kids' damage matters more than Poshul's, so we'll give her the Power Glove. Alright. And I said 2 to the left, 9 to the right, I believe. Okay. So let's go save. I don't remember if there's any reason to go up these left stairs. I know you have to come over here to get the password to progress the dungeon, but I don't remember if there's anything up the stairs or not. You know, let's save on a separate file. God, I'm sitting here thinking about the next boss battle, and then there's still a boss battle after that. This is gonna be rough. A big part of it is I don't know the HP thresholds for the next two bosses, and they are actually pretty important. Please shut up. We will see more of that person later. Oh yeah, the Boxer brothers again. Since we did just save, I will go ahead and try fighting. Well, try guessing which ones are. Well, which of us do you choose? You only have one chance. Yay! Aww. I think they look cute. And we'll actually be seeing them again in a little bit. 1 health. Ooh, I didn't think about that. But yeah, that's a way to get many levels. Turn black. You know, since we did just save, I could try farming mini stat gains. Okay, so that one's locked and we can't go over here. So all you can do is get the Boxer Brother and the turn whatever color that was. Should we fight some more battles to try to get higher stats? The problem is we're risking taking damage with no way to heal. So I don't know. This is probably a mistake. Yeah, 3 enemies? I'm not going to do it. It's too much of a risk. Yeah, if we're willing to reload as necessary, we could fight the battles until we get either no or very little damage in the process of clearing them. But oh wait, that's right, I have to do this again. Okay. Okay, so that's what it was. I was supposed to go to the left and get the password, then come to the right, fight that boss battle. That also explains why I hadn't saved before the boss battle was so hesitant. Oh, okay. I got you. See, I kind of did things backwards. Hello? Can I... Wait, can I not walk... Open? Can I not open this passageway? Am I... Did I screw myself over? Like, it is possible to get past here even if you can't go through that door, but... Huh. Yay! I got the right one again. But yeah, you can fight the Cybot, the robot outside, if you need to get past it. At least I'm pretty sure I can. But that sounds very scary. Yeah, like, can I... Am I missing something? Oh my god. Yeah. What are you doing? Return to your post. Yes, what is it? Okay. Am I crazy, or... Yeah, if it turns out that... There has to be something I'm missing. There's no way I have to fight this Cybot just because I... went back, right? Yeah, that door with the eye there is locked. I can't walk past this one. I'll try going back to that room where the pendant was and see if I can open the door into Lucia's room again. But if not, then I'm gonna have to reload because there's no way I beat a Cybot to get through him without taking a ton of damage. If that's actually how it works, then that is shocking. I had no idea. I guess I've never had a reason to do it before. I normally take the correct route, so I. Huh. On the one hand, it's cool to learn. On the other hand, it's very frustrating to have to reload just to avoid fighting a Cybot because of this. I did save in a separate save file, right? Pretty sure I did. God, that's gonna be a lot to redo, too. Yeah, like, can you really not open this door again? Yeah, I guess you really can't. That's so crazy. Either I'm doing something wrong, missing something very obvious, or you really can get in a situation where the only way to progress is to fight this thing. Huh. Well, I'll go ahead and fight it just to see how it goes, but I'm pretty sure that this battle will take way too much health off me for it to be worth even continuing. Oh wait, this isn't a Cybot, this is a Roborg. Cybots, yeah, that's a huge hit. Cybots are basically the same type of enemy, just later in the game. One T1 is a lot of damage, but I almost wish she had dealt more, because if she had dealt a bit more damage, I might have. Oh, that's funny. If you had dealt a bit more damage, I would have felt like, okay, I definitely have to reload. But I effectively lost 20 health because I did get 1 health from the mini level. Plus, I got a strength from taking an extra battle. I could reload and get the strength just from fighting any battle, and probably. Well, I don't know. 21 health isn't an unreasonable amount to lose in other battles, so. God, I'm so frustrated. I genuinely had no idea that uh that you could wind up having to fight him to progress. If you ever, what was it? I guess it's because I fell down the trapdoor. It's interesting. And I had even asked myself, I was wondering, would I get in a fight if I or if I went through the trapdoor again? And I was like, oh, I guess the answer is no. Well, the answer is kind of yes, actually. Just not in the way I expected. I love this background. This is one of my favorite scenes in the entire game, even with nothing happening. I just think it looks amazing. But yeah, so there wasn't an ambush right when I went through the trapdoor, but as it turns out, going through the trapdoor did force me into an extra fight. Anyway, here's a boss battle. Depending on how it goes, I may have to reload. To be honest, I could very easily die in this boss battle. It is not hard at all to do. So, like, what are you doing here? Dragoons aren't allowed here, We're not really Dragoons. What are you talking about? So, like, okay. Some weirdos. Marcy, lower the ladder, please. Alright. Now, this is a super important guy. We'll learn a lot more about him throughout the game. Old man, if you did not, or if you did, I can't tell. If you did not know you're not allowed in here, you must not be dragoons. He must be searched. My, how have you grown? Like, can I kill him now? I like how Balthazar doesn't say, no, you can't kill him. It's just, no, give me a second to talk to him first. But yeah. So he was a prophet of time. The world is not a single entity. This is where we kind of get told what we already probably figured out. Another world similar to our own exists in another dimension. There you will find what you might have become. A world of possibilities that might have existed. A whole history that has not yet been written. Or that has not been written yet. It is out there somewhere. We're simply unable to see, feel, or experience it. Serge, the world is not the world you grew up in. 10 years ago, something happened that put your very soul teetering on the balancing scales of fate. It's a 50-50 chance of life or death. That is when your future was split in twain. In your homeworld, you survived to live a happy and prosperous life. That's how you made it to the present point in time. However, here, in this alternate world, you are, in fact, very dead and buried. You died 10 years ago, but this world's timeline has flowed regardless. You have no place in this world. Here, you are but a ghost brought back from the past. I do not know what happened 10 years ago, nor can I guess what triggered your entrance into this world. The locations where such divisions in time-space continue occur are called Angelis where the angels lose their way. It is said that there, the borders of two dimensions fluctuate in such a way as to make passage between parallel realities possible. Perhaps in this world you are the missing piece from a giant puzzle, and maybe, just maybe, the vacuum created by your non-existence here has drawn you across the border between the dimensions to fill the void in the puzzle. Of course, no one can say for sure. That's a lot of dialogue. However, it appears as though these two worlds are connected by some unknown force. Depending on the location, the two worlds influence each other in strange ways. I'm quite certain there's a wormhole that connects the two parallel worlds. But this is so distracting. For your information, if you press the start button while on the world map, it's like, wait, okay, let's break the fourth wall like 4 hours into the game. But I get why they did it. If what you say is true and this world is an alternate reality, then why the bloody hell did Surge die? The reason has to be something that happened 10 years ago. You can only find out by moving on. No way I'm gonna let you. Shut up, you little brat. Can I? Can I? I guess it cannot be helped. This may be fate in itself. We ain't here to play jacks. I advise you not to take Marcy lightly. This child is one of the four divas, the highest rank of the Acacia Dragoons. What? This little brat? Hee hee, too late now. Say bye-bye. Now, the first thing we have to do in this battle is immediately run away. Now, that might seem weird, and it kind of is, but it is very important for one key reason, and you're about to see it. Drumroll? Look at him! Where do you think you're going? It's the Boxer Brothers! They're guards blocking our paths! I just think it's so funny that they brought in the Boxer Brothers, and you will never see these two guys here, or anywhere outside of combat, really, unless you run away from this one battle. Such an unexpected thing. Mercy will not let you go unless you defeat her. Anyway, to be clear, I do not expect to win this battle. And even if I do win, I expect I will wind up taking so much damage, or maybe even losing members, that I will reload. Oh, unfortunate misses. Okay. Now, so far, she may not seem very worrying, and you'd kind of be right. Oh god, what's her AP stat? I forget. Think this is fine. Yeah. Then how about this? Cat's Cradle. This is gonna hurt a lot. Okay. If I miss here, I have to reload, is what it basically comes down to, I believe. Oh, I didn't need to use the 3 there. I could have used a weaker attack. Okay. Yeah, I could have done like a 1-2 there and been alright. I thought Marcy had a bit more health than it turned out she actually did. Oh, look at that. Surge got +2 strength. Okay, that's huge. That's huge. Resistance is nice and magic is relevant. Kid gets 1 strength, 1 resistance, 1 magic. Oh, so Surge getting 2 strength there is why he got a point of strength from the mini levels when Kid and Postal didn't. Because it's based on, to an extent on a ratio of what your next stat gain is. In this case, them getting 1 strength in the boss battle was not enough for them to get 1 strength in a mini level before. Usually it is, certain points in the game it's not. It's a whole thing, it's kind of complicated, it would take a lot of time, I'm not going to go into the details. There is an entire guide about it with tables showing all the details available on GameFAQs, if you want to know. But yeah, that explains why Surge got a point of strength and the other characters didn't. I thought it just meant that Surge had a much better level up than they did. But cool. +2 strength means I don't want to reload, even if otherwise I normally would. Kid being 1 hit away from death is very worrying. He didn't think we'd be able to beat Marcy? I wonder what he would have expected to happen then, like if we die there. There are 8 pillars standing in the main hall. Behind the second to the last pillar on the left is a button to release the platform. Dragoons are not allowed up there, so it's best that you are go up as you are. Alright. So there's still 1 more boss battle, and where was the button to lower the ladder? Ah. It was somewhere around here, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we need to go back and save before we move on to the next area. Because Kid is so close to death that even regular enemies could easily kill her. And then, even if Kid dies in the next boss battle and misses out on some stats, I think I'll just keep going. Yeah. Because she's going to leave the party for a little bit anyway, so it's not going to set her back too much. But anyway, the reason why I was so nervous about that last battle, and the reason I said I have to reload if I miss, is when Marcy drops into critical condition where she goes down to her knees, her next turn she uses 2 powerful attacks back to back, and they can one-shot a person from full health, and even if they don't kill someone, they can freeze them, which is effectively the same. And who the bloody hell are you? Anyway, this is where we get to meet the Harlequin. We saw her sleeping on a couch earlier. And this vulgar one must be Kid. You discuss what? What'd you say? If you're gonna insult someone, you should at least speak proper English. I love that. Proper English. Je m'appelle? God, it's been so long since I knew any French. I used to know just a tiny bit and understood roughly how to pronounce it, but J? Yeah, I think it's J m'appelle. Nah, I'm not gonna try. I am the right-hand harlequin to Monsieur Serge Mon Houche? Housse? Houche? I don't know. If you lie down with a dog like this femme, you will surely catch fleas, no? Yeah, I think you can't do much better, or I think you can do much better if you give her up. Actually, I suggest you all turn back. You should not defy him. Oi, it's your problem. Please, Monsieur. I would hate to see anything sad happen to you. I've had it up to here with you. Taisvu? I don't know what the first part is, but the second is Vu. You shut up. I'm having a serious conversation with Serge. Why don't you mind your own business? That's it. Put up your dukes. I'm gonna kick your ass so hard you'll kiss the moons. You are the one who is going to have her derriere kicked, no? But alas, I cannot be caught fighting you here. Imagine the trouble I would get into. Au revoir, mon Serge. See you again. Yeah, the reason I learned any French, please dream of moi, what? Was not actually French, it was Cajun. And it came from the cartoon show. Oh, we can't go down looking like this? Oh, we can't? Oh, God, we can't save until we get past this next part. That sucks. Anyway, there was an X-Men cartoon back in the 90s that I loved as a kid. And one of the characters, Gambit, spoke with a Cajun accent. And I just thought it sounded so cool, I got fascinated by Cajun as a culture. And as a kid, I wanted to learn more about it. Okay, where is the stupid switch? 1, 2. Anyway, so I used to read up on it, learned. Turns out I really enjoy their food and the music. Okay, God, why can I not? Wait, is this not the right pillar? That's it, the second from the left. Okay, wait. Sorry. See, this should be 4, 3, and then this should be 2, right? Am I missing something? Alright, let's try this one instead. I could have sworn it said second from the left out of 8. But this would be third, right? If there's 8, then there should be 4 on either side. This should be third from the left. Not at all important. Whatever. Embarrassing. But anyway, I learned a bit about Cajun culture. Found out I love their food. And during all that, I learned a little bit of French because Cajun is a mix of various cultures, including French. I've always wanted to go to New Orleans. I actually had a couple opportunities to, but they were at bad times of the year. And also I would have been going alone, and there's enough crime issues in New Orleans that I don't know that I would want to go alone. I think that's partially because of Hurricane Katrina. I don't know if crime was as bad there before. Anyway, we'll eventually have to go in that middle room. But for now, we're going to save. And there's just one more mandatory battle before we can get out of this manor. I will say I am very surprised I was able to take Marcy on my first try. Oh wait, I guess we go in the middle room first and then the left room later. Come on, close. I think the only reason I was able to take Marcy down on my first try like that is I have previously had to struggle with that battle a lot of times. So even though I didn't remember strategies or whatever for it very well, I did have just a good intuition of how to do it. Ooh, there's the journal. My compliments on getting past my security. Now, may I ask you, who in heaven's name are you? So you're General Viper. Don't feign ignorance on me now. Why did you send your dragoons to get me mate search here? Search? My dragoons? I'm afraid, my dear, I haven't the foggiest idea what you are talking about. General, I believe these vermin are here to see me. I wish I could do accents, because I think there's a lot of cool accents for this game. Well, it seems you have saved me the trouble of finding you. But, like, the exclamation mark there tells you, like, a bit of how it should sound. But I just can't do voice work at all, so. Young girl, are you? But then, like, all the ellipses, the different punctuation marks, they tell you a lot about how you're supposed to interpret lines. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? I finally caught you by the tail now, Lynx. I've come for two things. The frozen flame and your life, you murderer. Ah, so you must be Kid then. But, like, Kid having 3 exclamation marks there tells you that if you're voicing it, should be very emphatic. A member of the fearsome band of thieves known as the Radical Dreamers, correct? Radical Dreamers? This young lady? Precisely. Don't let her innocence fool you, General. She is quite ferocious. That's also one reason I prefer the PlayStation version to the remaster. A lot of the changes they made in the remaster to the script were to the punctuation. And I know a lot of people would be like, oh, it's just punctuation, why do you care? It's like, well, because the punctuation, ferocious? Like there, you have with 1 exclamation mark, so it's ferocious has an exclamation mark and a question mark, so not just excited, it's excited with a bit of, what would you call that? Not curiosity, confusion maybe? My arse. After what you've done? I hate to disappoint you, but the frozen flame is not here. That fire lies hidden in the Sea of Eden, the place where the past and future collide. Alright then, it looks like I'll have to put that part off till later. In the meantime, I'll settle my score with you, Lynx. Prepare to meet your maker. But anyway, I would love to see a side-by-side comparison of playing the game and all the lines shown in the remaster versus the original. Because I think the changes are way more significant than almost anyone realizes. I know when the remaster first came out, there was some quote-unquote controversy about changes with people. Oh, I should not have done a 1 there. That was bad of me. With people claiming the controversy was about quote-unquote censorship over, well, quite frankly, some stupid stuff. Actually, you know what? Now let's keep fighting. I can reload if need be. But, it was framed in a really bad way. Basically, some things, like I mentioned, Mojo's accent were changed. There was some other stuff that were... People were like, oh, they did it for censorship reasons, which I don't think was the case, necessarily. But, they focused on things like one line was changed because it was a bit sexist. There was another change where, like, you couldn't see Marcy's underwear or something like that. And that's what everyone focused on. And people are like, oh, the remaster barely changed anything. It was just these small things. Somehow, for years, that was the narrative. And it's like, no, actually, there were a lot of big changes to the script. And for some reason, people just didn't notice or pretended there weren't. Anyway, this fight is somewhat easy. I don't know why it's going as smoothly as it is. I think Lynx does do slightly different things if you use elements on him. I think the fact I was only physical attacking helped. But, okay. So that's way easier than I thought it would be. Yeah, I lost Kid, but to first try Viper's Manor makes me so happy, especially given I messed up and had to fight that Roborg. That, okay. Oh, by the way, sorry for the little interlude about the script. Bugger, it was just a shadow. Now, that sort of stuff isn't really relevant for the challenge run, so I'll try not to talk about too much. Did you think I would be stupid enough to pick a fight with a rabid dog? Why, just a shadow of mine is enough to deal with the likes of you. Now, Surge, what do you desire from this world? Do you wish to live again? Do you want to erase your demise from the pages of history? What's wrong, Surge? Listen to me. The end of the human world is nigh. When this time comes, Surge, there shall be a deep and I can never say that word and whatever between you and the world. This is not speculation or prediction. This is history. Which I should have been. This is history or something like that. Whatever. As I said, I can't do voiceover. Whatever. This doesn't look good. You cannot escape. There's something I want to ask you, Daddy. About oh that's right. We don't go to the room in the left until much later in the game. I think. Oh, don't move a whisker if you want this girl to live. Goodness gracious, who are you? My darling Riddle. Why, you dirty. Shut up, old timer. Our lives are at stake here. There ain't nothing dirty about saving your own life. Just stay calm and quiet, and I won't hurt you, okay? I just need you to come with us till we reach a safer place. You alright, Serge? Come on, let's bust out of here. Yeah, that was obviously mysterious. Once you've played the game and know the story, you can kind of understand what that cinematic was all about. But for now, I think the game does a really good job in the first act of establishing mystery and getting you hooked. Don't be foolish. Do you really think you can escape? Uh-oh. Or did it say locked in? Oh, blocked in. Naveen, take your dirty hands off Lady Riddle. Oh, okay. What do you take me for? An idiot? Search this way. I love the sound effect when Poshel was going up the stairs. There's a little boinky boinky sound. We have you now, you vermin. There is no way out of here. Bloody hell. Let's work out a deal. Release my daughter, and I shall let you walk away. How about it? Yeah, right. As if we can trust you? Are you willing to jump to your death? Look out! Oh no! What do you live for? What are you willing to die for? I've been waiting for you, Serge. Waiting a long, long time for you. Now come to me, Serge, the assassin of time. The Chrono Trigger. Come to me, Serge. God, yeah. I hate voicing lines like that because I do not do them justice at all. By the way, 2 moons. Don't know if you saw it there. It's easy to forget in this game that there are 2 moons. It's not super important, but It does come up later. Alright. And with that, we have cleared Viper Manor in one try with no elements. That genuinely surprises me. I am happy. Kid dying was a little sad, and we did miss some mini level ups, I think. But all in all, that went way better than it had any right to. Heck, it went better than the first time I attempted this challenge run. You're finally awake? If you're looking for your friends, they're outside. Alright. So I think I am going to stop the video here. Well, no. On the one hand, I do think it's a good stopping point right after the whole thing with Lynx. He called us the Chrono Trigger, the assassin of time, so it's definitely an interesting point. And I think that's probably where I would stop if I was like dividing the game up into acts. This, I think, will help set up what we do in the next video better. Oi, Serge, you finally woke up, eh? Give your thanks to Korcha. He's the one who saved us after we fell off the cliff. No sweat. It's just part of my job as a ferryman. But I have to admit, you caught me by surprise when you came falling from the sky. You're lucky that it was the sea that you fell into, not the rocks. But geez, you're such wuss. How could you be knocked out from such a short fall? As for me, a little graze like this ain't gonna knock me down. Oh man, she's burning up. There's a clinic in this village. We should take her there. Come on, I need your help too. And this is setting up the next part of the game. After all the mystery and intrigue we went through, it seems the patient has been poisoned with Hydra venom. I would say the most she has to live is about 2 days. If we had some Hydra humor, we could be able to neutralize the poison. Doc, if we find this Hydra humor, can we save the girl? Yes, but that's impossible now. Hydras are now extinct on El Nido. What do you mean, extinct? What's going on? Hydras are very rare and valuable creatures. Blood, bones, meat, every part is valuable. It's considered to be a panacea for various illnesses. That is the reason the Hydras were hunted to extinction in El Nido. As a result, a whole species has been made extinct just to make a quick fortune. Is there no way to find this humor? If we could cross the sea to the mainland, there might be a chance, right? That is not possible. The currents of El Nido are extremely dangerous this time of year. It's highly improbable to cross the sea unless you are in a large vessel. Even if you manage to get there, your chances of finding Hydra humor are bleak. We do not have much time. Doctor? Hey, Doc! Where are you going? Nothing's been resolved yet. Excuse me, I need to be alone for a while. Georgie-poo, what are we going to do? Kid is going to die if we leave her like this. Is this some kind of joke? Wait right here, I'll go get the doctor back. Who the hell are you? What's this? Non-apologies for bumping into moi? Oh la la. Don't you know any manners? God, I genuinely don't want to watch this video back because I don't want to hear my own voice. I mean, I don't like my own voice in general. I think most people don't. But hearing me try to do these accents, haha, she is down for the count. Just as I thought. Serge, mon ami, why don't we just leave her be? Who are you, and what's with that strange costume? Zita? I have no business with no chicken hawk. I'm having a conversation with Serge. You're bothering moi, so keep your mouth shut. Why, I ain't gonna let you barge into this room and get away with all the stuff you've said. You've made me mad. I'll show you some manners. I'm not gonna cut you any slack just because you're a girl. Try if you dare. I am not as weak as to be caught by a chicken hawk. Ha! You've got some nerve. You're gonna regret it. Charge! Oops. I like how it said oops without saying having a name as to who was saying it. Damn it. Where'd she go? Ah ha 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 ha. You're amusing. It was. So yeah, I guess it was Harl, the mannequin, who said oop. That's kind of fun trolling. Ah ha ha. Such a simpleton. It's so much fun playing jokes on you. I was only here to see how she was doing, but I had fun while I was at it. So long, Serge. Au revoir, mon ami. Please dream of me every night. Aw. Or we. Aw. She's alone. What's her deal? I just don't get it. Yo, Serge. Are all of your friends like that? Not really my friend, but. Ooh, Serge. Come on, go talk to her. Serge, I'll leave this with you. It's my favorite amulet. Receive the ash lamp. Remember what the prophet said, Serge. Where did it all start? Where do. Yeah. I'm screwing up with the ellipses so hard. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm gonna rest up for a while. You heard what the doc said. There are no more hydras in this world. On top of that, there's no way to get to the mainland, and El Nido isn't that small a place. Are you going to take a 1 in a million chance to search for this thing just to save a girl you barely even know? Hey, what you going to do? I don't know. Hey, wait a minute. She's your partner, ain't she? Ain't you going to do anything? There's nothing we can do. Hold it right there. You've got no right to keep that girl's amulet. Leave that here. What's wrong? Hurry it up. Serge handed over the astral amulet. This is disgusting. It's turning out to be a bad day. Now, we could have said that we would save her there, and that would set us on one path through the game. Yeah, I guess we'll keep pushing on our party for a little bit longer. But doing that requires us go through one, a longer segment, and avoid getting Glenn, who will probably be the best character we can recruit in this run. Don't give up hope. We'll do our best to save her. Can't talk to her now? But anyway, so now we have to figure out what to do. Since we don't know of a way to save her, we're kind of aimless as to where to go next. If we chose the other path and chose to save her, we would be kind of directed to go back to the other world. But to do that, we would need the... 1 second. Okay, so we have 1 leather, no carapace, no screw. Interesting. We would need the actual amulet to go back to the other dimension. Oh, he received a bone from a trader, but he would like to set it adrift and seek. I'm sure its real owner would like to have it. Sure, I'll take the bone. Why, thank you. Here it is. Please take good care. It's a pelvic bone. Spilly. Yeah, you need guts to get through life. Hey, that's right. My favorite dish is Termina's favorite squid gut pasta. That's one of the one of the parts we need. There's, I think, 3 more. But anyway, normally you would use the astral amulet to go to the other world. But because Korsha took it, we have to figure out what to do instead. But yeah, and then we can look at equipment. I don't think there's anything we can get right now. Yeah, we don't have any iron. Anyway. We're gonna go try to talk to the doc. Hey, insect-looking dude. Demi-human I can't talk. The demi-humans in this village get along with humans, but many others still hold a grudge against them. Yep. Anyway, we'll go in here to see the doc, see what's going on with him, why he's not trying to save Kid. Another life is about to slip through my hands, just like before. Nothing has changed at all. By studying medicine, man, I'm so powerless. Or I am so powerless. So are you going to just give up on this life? That's not the case, is it? If you don't, who else will help her back from the edge of life and death? I don't know your past. Living bound to the past is a very painful thing. You need to face reality head on. Running away isn't a sin, but it accomplishes nothing. But one thing is different from the past. You have the ability to heal. Everyone in the village recognizes that. Don't suffer by yourself. If you give up now, you will never be freed from your past. Now go. Don't let it end without doing something first. I have done them a discourtesy. I'm a failure as a doctor, but I must do what I can. Thanks, Orla. She's great, and we'll see more of her later in the game. Let's not go in right now. Okay, yeah. Shiny material are crafting material that you can use. Oh wait, the population is lower compared to the past. Old customs lords might fade away with time. Shiny material is material you can use to craft the best equipment in the game, called rainbow equipment or prism equipment. I think we can get exactly one piece of rainbow equipment in this run at all. Okay, so the doc didn't come back here. Forget exactly where we go after this. I know we'll get a boat, go back to Termina, and that's going to be where I stop this video. But yeah, we can't use this boat yet. So I guess we have to just go talk to more people. On the other route where we're saving Kid, things are much more clearly laid out. My partner's a demi-human, but he's got no energy. Jeez, he's worthless. Because in the other route, you're basically told, hey, go back to where it started, cross the dimensions, and find a Hydra there to get the Hydra humor to cure the poison. Chief Doria, yeah. Is in prayer, come back later. 6 great dragons. Wait, what? I actually didn't read that. 6 great dragons descended to seal. Wait, what? I don't know what the kid was saying. Yeah. The 6 great dragons descend from the heavens to seal away the evil and promise eternal prosperity across the land. This is part of an old song that's been passed down in El Nido for a long time. I wonder what they look like. I think it's actually interesting to see what the dragons in Chrono Cross look like. They look very different from what dragons in Western media depict did I say? They look very different from what dragons in Western media are presented as. I think there's an item we can find by coming down here. Was it back here, maybe? Maybe it's not there? I thought it was like hidden behind here or something. Maybe it's inside, not outside. Oh, I didn't know we could climb up on the bed. That's fun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm missing an item that I could have picked up, but it's fine. Hey, hop off. There we are. Ah, so we have to talk to Quartz. What do you want? You need something from me? I don't want nothing to do with you. Get out of here. You got something to say? I need to borrow your boat. Lend you my boat? Ha! No way. Why should I lend you my boat? Sorry, pal. Go find someone else. Hold it right there. Here's a cool lady. Ma? Why are you here? You said you were going shopping. Portia's ma. Don't just start arguing with me. Aren't you gonna help your friends when they need you? I thought you were acting strange when you came home, but I don't remember raising my son to be so inconsiderate. Oh, leave me alone. These guys aren't no friends of mine. In the first place, this has nothing to do with you, Ma. Why should I lend my boat to guys who abandon their own partners? Hey, wait a second. After overhearing that, I can't let you give up on your partners. I don't see that blonde girl in here. What happened to her? So what's going on? I'd like you to tell this old lady the whole story. I see. That's why she isn't here. That explains why you were upset when you came back. You're a helpless boy, aren't you? This boy only said he doesn't know what to do. Don't you think that's a natural response? You were just saying that out of spite. What would you have done if you were in his shoes? Come on, speak up, Quartrum. Well, see, you're just the same. Now apologize to this boy. Sorry about that. I just lost my temper. Good, that's all. Now that you understand, go help these kids out. Yeah, sorry I stopped reading the dialogue out. I was getting tired. I needed a break. Now, what is your name, young man? Your name is Serge. Okay then, Serge. Nice to meet you. My name is Matcha. Matcha or Maka? Matcha. You can call me Matcha or whatever you like. I'll be waiting at the docks. Call me when you're ready to leave the village. By the way, Serge, you should go see the village shaman. You look like you are lost, and she might be able to help you get back on the right path. Alrighty. Oops, I almost forgot. I came back to get some things I left behind. Okay, Serge, call me when you're ready to go. This isn't anything special, but go ahead and keep it. You know what frames are, right? Yeah, you can collect these frames that change how your menu looks. I never bother with them, but it's cool that the game has stuff like that in it. Yeah, I think I'm missing like a dress or something in this house. But wait. No, this isn't. Huh. Did you come by to laugh at me? Ha, what losers. No, I don't want to go out. Okay. For some reason, I did not realize this was on the top floor. Do you really know? You're kind of official. Well, if you already know, that'll make things easier. So what's it going to be? Talking to me because you want to do it, right? It'll be 10 gold in advance. I'll do it. You really don't need to do this, but it's fun. Have a safe flight! I mean, it's actually objectively bad for me to do. It's just going to take me longer to get to where I need to go, but I think it's cool that you can go up a zipline, yeah. It would be pretty impressive if you could go up a zipline. That's kind of the opposite of what you're supposed to use them for. Anyway, I find this music so soothing. So yeah, now we talk to the shaman and she'll give us some advice on what to do next. Oh, I didn't know there was a save point in here. Welcome to the Dragon Shrine. I am Stina, a shaman serving the village chief and high priestess Doria. I presume you have come to seek to the shrine seeking assistance? Okay, I might not read the rest of this dialogue out. My throat's tired. You possess a young but gentle air about you. What? There's an odd wind that's swirling about. I've never heard that such wind bears appear at times. Or I have heard that such wind bears. What I can tell. So here we actually learned something important. The dragon tear was a relic in town, and somebody stole it, but they don't know who. And they've been searching for it, but they can't find it. We do get an answer as to who stole it later in the game. But anyway, so she gave us a bit of a hint as to what to do next, and now we can take a zip line that's actually useful. Oh, I selected the wrong option. 2 golden events. Yay! A 1 and a 2. Okay, stand by. I've never quite understood how the zip lines come from 2 different locations but wind up in the same spot. There has to be like a line that goes crosswise and then takes a V route back or something. It's very weird. Anyway, the reason I'm continuing is there's one thing I want to end the video on. Because it's one of the strangest and funniest things in the entire game. Anyway, we hop on the boat. We'll go to Termina, watch a little bit of cutscene, and then I'm gonna stop. There's an ambient soundtrack that's so nice and relaxing. I love this game's music. Hey! By whose permission are you docking that boat there? Get that thing out of here right now! You got a problem with that? You don't see any other boats needing to dock, do you? That's not the point. What I'm trying to say is... cut the drive talk. Yes, ma'am. Matcha is pretty awesome. Okay, we're in Termina. Do what you need to do. Wait a second. Is the scene I'm thinking of not here? I thought it was. Huh. Maybe I need to go further into town or something. Unfortunately, Nikki's concert has been cancelled because they're going on to Viper Manor. Oh, okay. So yeah, we could leave. Okay, yeah. This is what I needed to do. The general and his men are headed for Fort Dragonia. There has been word that the major power of the East, Port, is up to something. They seem to have heard the rumors of the Frozen Flame in El Nido and are coming to investigate. That means the poor army might invade this town any moment. I wonder if it'll be alright. Yes, that's why we're moving to the fort for a while. That fort is far from town, so it's not used normally, but it's great defenses. I was ordered to remain at the manor and protect Miss Friddle, but she felt very uneasy about the way General Viper was acting before he left, so... What are you going to do? Aren't you going to get in trouble if you leave the manor? Yes. Still, I can't stop thinking about it, so I'm planning to infiltrate the fort by boat. Are you sure about that? If worse comes to worse. You might be discharged from the Acacia Dragoons. Yes, I will act in accordance with my face, even if I have to break military regulations. I must go, ma'am. I will come back to buy flowers from you when I return. I said that way too calmly, given he had an exclamation mark in it, but whatever. Can we actually leave town now? Oh, you can, okay. We have to go talk to him, but I wasn't sure if it would let you leave town. I know when I tried to leave town, it's what triggered the cutscene, but let's go over. I'm gonna head home soon. But what you gonna do now? I don't know what happened 10 years ago or what's going on now, but don't you want to get things straight? Or do you just want to go live somewhere quiet? Somewhere in peace and quiet. Straighten things out. That boy, I knew you wouldn't give up. Life is a journey to find yourself. That's how everyone grows up. So where do we go to find out what's going on? What? So you say we need to go after Lynx and General Viper to Fort Dragonia? Did you hear? Fort Dragonia is a ruin of the extinct was that Dragon Knights? People say they conduct strange ceremonies, and most folks from Gold Dove won't go near the place. You gotta wonder what they're up to with the dragon tier there. It gives me chills. Also, you've got to go through Mount Pyre to get to that fort. You're gonna need to get there by boat. I know, you can borrow this boat. Just a little farewell gift from me. Don't worry, that red son of mine is not gonna use it for anything good anyway. Serge borrowed the boat from Matcha. Now we have Glenn. I need to borrow a boat. Oops. You are just a tad too late. I just lent this boat to someone else. That's the boy here. I need to borrow a boat. I'm trying to get to Fort Dragonia. Fort Dragonia? Wow, what a coincidence. These boys have some business there too. You are the young man that gave us the bellflower. Thank you again. Miss Riddle greatly appreciates your kindness. You two already know each other? What great timing. On the road, you need a companion. In life, you need kindness. Join in with them on the trip to the fort. What will it be? Of course we'll let him join. Thank you. I have a suggestion before heading to the fort. When we get on the boat, first head north and then east. You should find a small island there. A retired Master Knight of the Dragoons named Radius lives there now. When me and my big brother were young, he used to look after us quite often. We should go ask his advice before going any further. There are many frightful rumors about that fort. Who knows what to expect there. Glenn joined your party. And that's awesome news because he is quite strong. And in this challenge run, he's quite possibly the strongest option we'll get. Yeah, you can already see his strength is 16, which is higher than anyone but Surge, and that's without getting many levels. So that's already a good sign. Alright. I'm a little worried about you. Do you want me to come along? Of course I want you to come along, Matcha. You're awesome. Matcha joined your party. Well, let's see what our stats are. 14 strength, not bad. But we're not going to put her in our active party just yet. Alright. Now I'll be heading home. That mischievous son of mine's probably starving back home. Be careful out there. If you ever need something again, stop by Goldove again. Or if you ever need something, stop by Goldove again. Of course, they're like, wait, how are you going to get back? We have your boat. This is the most random thing, but I love it so much. Who needs a boat? She's just gonna swim all the way back home. Yeah, I know it's nothing major in the sense of it's really small, there's nothing dramatic, but I just love that she just casually walks over and jumps in the water like, okay, I'm gonna swim home now, bye. But anyway, with that all done, we are ready to... What's next? Oh yeah, we go talk to Radius. Get advice on what to do next in our quest. And because I made it through Viper Manor, I'm going to save over my main slot. And just for... so I don't have to worry about making a backup later. I'm going to make a backup now. And with that, I'm going to be done for the day. This was a bit longer than I meant to stream. I was only going to stream for like 3 hours. It's been 5. But that's because I took a lot of time talking to NPCs, wasted a lot of time being an idiot. All in all, though, I mean, probably could have done it in like 3 hours. But that said, I got through the Viper Manor on my first try. That is huge. The one reload I have is because I used the healing element at the end of a battle because I didn't know it was equipped. Stupid mistake. Can't believe I had to reload for that. But not for Viper Manor. That I still can't get over the fact that I did Viper Manor in one go. That is awesome. But also, it was because I've had plenty of practice, so... It's good to know my previous playthroughs and challenge runs in this game have paid off. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Thanks for anyone who's watching. I hope you have a good day, and I'll see you when I see you.